mean, what if I don't want to live the way you live?
Oh, don't be ridiculous, Andrea. Everybody wants this.
I was left in charge of Ping, but he ran away. Can you help me find him? Thanks.
Today I'm going to show you how you can make your own match 3 game with HypeHype. Okay, so head on over to our discovery page and choose Looking's Fruit Match game and remix it. Okay, so as you can see here, there are pretty detailed instructions on how to remix this into your own match 3 game. It may seem a little complicated at first, but do not worry, I will take you through the basics step by step. Here we have the game board, and make sure you have logic on so you can see everything properly. You can change the size of your board by selecting a tile and painting them onto the screen. You can add or remove tiles as you wish. I decided to add 1 extra row on each side. Now let's have a look at how the fruits will spawn onto the tiles. Open up the builder panel on the top right. From here you can drag the different fruits into place to determine how the initial game board is going to look like. Once you've done this, make sure that they're all aligned with each other. Finally, since we added a column on the right, we need to add a spawner at the top, which will spawn new fruits as previous ones are cleared. Next up, this is where we can change the objects that will spawn onto the board. You can change them by selecting them in the block object section and choosing whatever assets you'd like to use instead. I wanted to use some of the assets that just came out, so I changed mine into some different symbols.
What is happening, everybody? Welcome to day 3 of the HypeHype Global Game Jam Next Game Jam. I said Game Jam too many times, didn't I? It's Sunday morning. We've been doing this for 3 days now. This is the last and final day of the Global Game Jam. There is exactly 5.5 hours until the deadline for submitting a game into the jam. And today is going to be all about finishing games. So here on the stream, hello, Honda. Welcome to the stream. Today on the stream, we're going to be doing some things focused on helping you guys finish up your games for the Global Game Jam. In just about 30 minutes, I'm going to be here doing a live Q&A session. You can ask me for help. You can ask me to check out your in-progress games and provide you some assistance if you need it. We'll be doing that for about an hour. And then we're going to have a little bit of a lunch break at 1 p.m. And then at 2 p.m., I am going to be back with the mad genius Haamu, who is going to give us some insights into polishing up a game for release. After that, we're going to be only about 2 hours away from the deadline. And those last 2 hours are going to be all about working on finishing our games. So I'll be trying to finish my games. You'll be trying to finish your games. I'm probably going to be around on the stream a little bit to help you out if you need it. But it's definitely going to be head in the work time at 3 p.m. today. At 4:30, we will start an official countdown until the deadline. And then at 5 p.m. is the end of the jam. But we have a little bit of bonus after the jam ends. At 5:15, Sarcy is going to come back to the stream, and she's going to present the winners of the Play Challenge. So if you haven't been taking part in the Play Challenge, let me come here. I will just remind you what is up with that. I have to go to the HypeHype profile on my pad here. Don't worry, I will switch this over in just a second to this view. So you head on over to the HypeHype profile. The first hype on the profile, Song Road. Give that a run. Try and get high on the leaderboards. The top players on the leaderboards will get a nice little swag package. And of course, the #1 position, it gets a little bit of a bigger swag package. But it's nice stuff. Nice stuff that a lot of people are going to get in the future for taking part in jams and stuff. We want to make sure everybody gets some cool stuff. Melon, what's going on? Good to see you. So we have about 25 minutes here until the editor Q&A session officially starts. I'm going to hang out here for a few minutes, but then I am going to take a quick break until we reach the Q&A time. Make sure that I'm all mentally prepared. I got my beverages, some water, some caffeine, so that I can sit here and help you guys until lunchtime. So actually, I'm thinking right now, we just did the intro. The intro is pretty quick. I think one last thing I should mention on the intro, if you need some help and you can't come to these streams all day, or you need some help a little bit quicker, Shogun's not fast enough, head on over to the HypeHype community Discord, and there you will be able to get some help from many highly skilled, highly knowledgeable HypeHype creators who are more than happy to help solve your problems. So definitely, if you need some help, head on over to the Discord, but also come back here and I'll help you out. But I think what I'm going to do here is, since the welcome is so short, I am going to go on a quick break now, and I'll be back in about 10 minutes. We'll start the editor Q&A session about 15 minutes early. So I'll take a quick 10-minute break, and then I will return for some editor Q&A and editor help to get you guys going on your HypeHype projects. So let me just set up my counter here so that I know how much time we have. And it's going to be 20. Well, that's close enough. All right. So I will be right back with you guys in, like I said, about, oh, why is that's so loud? That shouldn't have even started playing yet. Why was that playing? Anyway, maybe you guys didn't hear that. Is it morning already? Yeah, PT, what's going on? Good to see you, man. And again, my chat, I'm really sorry if I'm slow reading the chat, because this chat box that's supposed to be combining all my chats from the different channels, it's really slow, and it's like not updating properly. Anyway, oh, I set this wrong anyway. Hold on a second. Stop. We're gonna just take a 10-minute break here. So let's do 10 minutes start, and I will be with you guys shortly.
Around. I'm a bit bored with my looks. Let's see how you can change it. Select by tapping Fox. Tap the white fur color. Up here we have visual material A, B, C, and D. You can look at the character and see visual material B goes with the belly, the ears, and the chin area of Mr. Fox. And select a new tone. Let's select green. Can you do a full makeover? Select Mr. Fox again. Tap here, select a style from the list by tapping a plus icon. Here we're going to be changing the character, and there's lots of characters in the asset library. You can switch and play around with all these characters, and they have the movement joints already associated in them. All you need to do is select one. Let's go with sprinkles. Great choice. I want to show you how to move, turn, and scale objects. Press the icon and drag to move. We can press the icon that has arrows going all different ways, and this straight up moves the character like so. Again, I use these 3 fingers when messing around and creating in HypeHype. Press the icon and drag to rotate. We can see it's rotating, and there's a cool green arrow. Press the icon and drag to scale. This is a great way to just drag to make items bigger or smaller quickly and keep the same dimensional proportions, and you can just move it left or right. Let's make him a little bit smaller. Whoa, that's a bit too much. Scroll the menu to find the undo button. Here we go. I'm going to select the undo button. This button is one of the most used buttons I use in the game because mistakes happen and you need to go back. So let's press it. Try making changes only on one axis y-axis and use the colored controls. Here, we just want to make him a super skinny and tall donut. We can hit the y-axis and move up. Notice the green line down the center of Mr. Sprinkles, and if we want to make him a little wider, notice the red line going on the x-axis, and then the blue is for the z-axis. Congratulations, you've learned to move and turn the objects. Do another tutorial to learn more tricks. Continue editing or leave the editor to explore HypeHype. Let's do a quick review. When moving around on your phone, I like to use 3 fingers, and you can pinch, zoom, do all kinds of cool stuff. The more you do this, the better you'll get at it. You'll be able to select items, move them, rotate them around quicker. Everything comes with practice. Another quick tip is if you want to select multiple items, you can tap the item, tap and hold on the screen somewhere. This is where I use my left thumb. Then I tap the items I'm looking for, and we can like make these bigger and move them accordingly. This is the move tool. You can see I'm using the x-axis, this is the z-axis, and this is the y-axis. Let's take a plant and let's look at the rotation, and let's go over the rotation. The blue will move it on the z-axis, and if you're not sure, you can bring up a small menu down here and I'll show you the degree at which they're at. The blue is the z, the red is the x, and the green is the y. Cool little trick is if you touch the middle in between, you can move it in all x, y, z axis. This is a little bit more advanced, but if you just need to make a little tweak, you can do this. And if again you make a mistake, just hit that undo button. You can scale it big or small, zoom in, and then just move around. Everything is in a 3D space. Be sure to look at things from multiple different perspectives so that you don't accidentally have objects that are floating or look kind of weird. And remember, it's easy to change colors just by selecting the object and hitting one of the spheres at the top right. Again, zoom in. These 3 fingers will be super helpful. And yeah, something like that. That is a good start with the Welcome Creator tutorial.
Welcome to the party, pal!
And if you like this kind of content, be sure to like, subscribe, and hit that bell icon for more notifications. I also have other videos going through the HypeHype editor, so be sure to check those out. Until next time, I'm HypeC. Stay safe out there, and peace. What's up? I'm HypeC. I play games, make games everywhere, and today we're going to be doing some tutorials in HypeHype. Making games on your phone has never been so easy. Doing these tutorials is a great way to build a strong foundation when making games. Let's open up the app, hit the Create tab. Before we jump in, these 2 fingers and thumb are what I like to use when navigating around the world. Physics and objects. Welcome to the Hype editor. In this tutorial, you'll learn about changing the physics of items. Ping is starving. I'm Ping. Help Ping reach the hot dog and soda. Tap the hot dog to continue. Why can't Ping just run up the beams? Let's play in test mode. When it comes to objects, you have unmovable objects, dynamic objects, and objects with no physics. All these have an effect of how they interact with the world that they're in. Playtesting your game is something you're going to be wanting to do over and over again. I playtest non-stop to find little mistakes that I've made to make sure everything works smoothly, and it's a great way to find out if the game that you're making is fun. If you find yourself playtesting a lot and you're not enjoying your game, then that's a good hint to try to make adjustments so that when you playtest, you're also enjoying the development process. Tap here to start, run into different objects in the scene. Tip, return by tapping back. And the back button is up here on the left. That'll take you back. Okay, so we got the D-pad that controls the player around. Looks like the camera stays still and our Ping dude can jump. These wooden crates, these are dynamic objects as they move around in the world when they come into contact with Ping. And we got some cones. These are also dynamic objects. We got the wheelbarrow. Move that over here. Okay, this beam over here looks to be an unmovable kinematic object. Oh, what's this over here? We got a forklift. That's cool. And if we wanted to, we could run away. Now let's bring him back. You got your jump. Okay, so let's go get that hot dog. I am kind of hungry. Whoa, I can't. Looks like this is an object that has no physics. We can see the object. The object has shadow, but because it has no physics, our character can run straight through it. And it looks like here the character can also run through this object. And I'm not sure about the metal beam because we're not tall enough, but we can grab this box, move it over here, as this is a dynamic object that has physics. Let's see if we can jump on top of this box. And we can see that that metal beam also has no physics. So let's hit the back button and do some editing. You can run through some items and push others around. Some items are unmovable. You need to make beams solid so ping can run on them. Tap on the beam. The physics setting of the beam is no physics. And to change that, all we need to do is tap where it says no physics and select unmovable object. We can also select dynamic object, but for this example, we want unmovable object. Make the second beam a bit more shaky. Okay, so let's select this beam, tap the open physics option. This will be dynamic. Tap on the things on the beam to give them physical properties too. This we want to be dynamic, and this object we want to be dynamic. Dynamic means that it can move and interact with the world that it's in, opposed to an unmovable object that exists in the world, like a wall, will stay put. Did it work? Playtest to find out. Looks like those dynamic objects move, but the entire beam fell down. So this object is dynamic, but we want it to stay still. So we need to make this object here an unmovable object. I am curious to see if I can get the hot dog there. Nope. Okay, let's hit that. That second beam turned out to be too shaky. You must make the beam below unmovable. Tap the beam to continue. Okay, so here, those definitions here, we can see no physics, decoration, which doesn't collide or move. Unmovable object collides with other objects but doesn't move. That's what we want. Why didn't this beam fall? Tap to find out. The setting of the slope is set to unmovable. Unmovable objects can't be moved by anything, not gravity, not the player, not another object running into it. All right, let's test it again. We got those pipes moving down, and here we can see, whoa, got it. Very cool. Gotta be quick. Unmovable objects stay in place no matter what. This is a nice little example showing you some objects that look to be floating in the air, and that's because they're unmovable objects. If you want objects to move, make them dynamic with unmovable objects. This is a great game somebody made that has multiple dynamic objects, and you can see how they move when colliding with each other. No physics setting is useful for objects that can be passed through. And this is an example of a bird flying through a cloud, or if you have a building going through a cloud, you want those cloud-like objects to be set to no physics. Good job, you're finished with this tutorial. You'll learn about material and physics nodes in the upcoming tutorial. That was a good run through of basic objects, objects with no physics, unmovable objects with physics, and dynamic objects which have physics but can move and interact within the world. If you like this kind of walkthrough, don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit that bell for more notifications as I make and play games in HypeHype. Until next time, I'm HypeC. Stay safe out there, and peace. What's up?
And all of my sliders are up. We are back. So now is the time to ask for help. And I saw here while I was on the break, Honda asked if I could check out a draft on the profile. Let me see really quickly if I have my settings right to look at people's drafts. So just one moment here. Drafts. Okay, I can see. So let's we're gonna go to this screen. Oh, I have this stupid transition mode on. Let's get rid of this. There we go. That's better. Okay, so we wanted to look at the first. Was that? Did I read that correctly? Can you check one of my hypes? First, my profile. Oh, it was just a hype. So this one, PFP. I thought it said draft. Is there a way to turn back time? I think I need more time. Don't we all, PT? Don't we all? I've been doing this for most of the weekend, so I've only actually spent about like maybe 3 hours on my game. Most of it has been at night when I'm laying in bed. Lynch, welcome to the stream. Thanks for joining us. Now I feel like we have my man Badger watching on Twitch, which is making me really hope that this multi-stream chat continues working. It seems to be working right now. Next hype. Okay. It's an animation. Next hype. Should we be getting sound here? Oh, I'm not hearing the sound. That's part of the problem. Let me put it so that I can hear the sound as well. Dude, can you, like, no offense, but I know that there might be some other people that want help. Can you just tell me which hype you want me to check out? I'm not going to just, like, flip through your whole profile. This session is for helping people that are having problems. Like my man Badger, I have some beginner, like, basic questions. Let's go. Hit me with some cues, and I know what Badger is going to talk about or ask about because we had been talking about it previously. So I'm going to go ahead and already open this up in the editor. So a few things about just this basic. Okay, I'm trying to make an unpaved road. Should I use primitives? If you want to make a road, better than just using shapes is probably going to be using tile sets. So we can go in here and we can search for tile set. And it brings up all these different tile sets. You can see here there's a paved road one, but I believe we actually have a ground path tile set. There we go. And so, why is that's not right? What is that doing? Oh, it's because it's so big. There we go. Okay. So you can bring this down to the ground. Like there's your guy. And then this is paintable. So if you want this to go, we can paint this and like erase that bit and just bloop, go. Of course, it is going to hit a limit. The tile sets can't go on endlessly, but they can go depending on the scale of the tile set. Some of them can go pretty far, as you can see here. This road one is carrying on for quite a bit. And then this tile set, you can, just change the colors to whatever you want. It could be like black and I don't know, purple road, white border, stuff like that. So yeah, and then just some basic information about working with the tile sets. We just did painting there. If you want to paint a tile set, you can just select any of the tiles and tap paint up in the corner here. And then you get at the bottom a few options. You can paint, you can erase, and then you can move. And then when you're not in the paint section, you can select any of the tiles, and from there you can move it around, move up and down. But tile sets cannot be rotated, so they can only be moved. They can only be moved around up, down, left, right, forward, backward. Tile sets cannot be scaled either. They cannot be rotated or scaled. But there are different size tile sets. There's some really big ones. There's some really small ones. You know, if we go in here and we search for tile sets, we have like, you know, like the road one there is a pretty big one. So if we took this ground stone tile set, like, oh, this isn't the one I thought it was. Never mind. Let's go back into the assets there. Where's the one I'm looking for? And depending on what they do, they behave differently. So I think that's another important aspect of this. So like this one that we're looking at here is a road, right? So if we paint like this, it's going to make a road. But if we want to paint there, it's going to start having problems because it can't fill in like that. It can only be one square thick at any given place. There's also tile sets that are like walls, and two different kinds as well. So like we'll have like wall chipped concrete here. We add this one, and then this is going to be a wall. We can see there it has some height to it. And then this is going to be kind of similar to the path in that you can't just paint anywhere. Like it has to fit on this grid. You can kind of see there. Like you can't just fill it in. And then there would be ones like, oh, this is the cracked block. This is the one that I was looking for. This is like much smaller than the road. And then this one just has these little squares. And you can just paint them wherever you want. You can fill them in. You can have holes in it wherever you want. Stuff like that. And that's also a basic kind of ground tile set. The grounds you can kind of paint however you want. I mean, okay, so the question here is, okay, and I also see a nice question there from PT Jones. So the question about tile set, if the tile set is too big, would you recommend that you scale everything else to fit that tile set because you can't change the size of the tile set? And I would kind of say it really depends on what you are doing and where you would. And generally, I would say kind of no. If the tile set doesn't kind of fit your, especially if you've already started building and there's a tile set, you're like, I want to use this tile set, but it's too big, it's too small. I probably wouldn't like undo a bunch of work just to use a tile set. You know, like the tile sets are really great. For, you know, like easily filling in a lot of area. But, you know, they can be a little performance heavy as well if you start having a ton of tile sets. Like I've made some hypes with like quite a few tile sets and haven't had too much problems with it. But it is possible. The tile sets are a little bit heavier than just normal objects. So I would say it's kind of really up to you, you know, like how important is it that you use that specific tile set? Can you make do with something else? Like you mentioned in the original question, could I just use just some shapes, scale some shapes and then build out my road that way. That would certainly be an option. It would take a little bit longer than painting out the tile set, but it might be worth it if you already have a lot of work done. So now let's go look at PT Jones' question. So PT Jones is asking, what is the difference between on collision start and first collision start in the collision trigger? So I'm going to back out of here, and I'm just going to go to a fresh hype, so this will be a little bit easier to demonstrate. Okay, so let's say we're going to move this guy up here. He's dynamic. We're going to check his object group, which is gray. Let's change that to green. We're going to pretend this cube is our player. And then we're going to get another cube. Just a basic cube model. I don't want the stylized one. I like to use, if I'm going to use something as a trigger, which is what I'm setting this up for, I like to use the checkered cube. So we're just going to kind of set this up right as like an area trigger. And so that means it needs to be unmovable, it needs to be a sensor, and we need to add the collision trigger. And so now the collision trigger, we want it to collide with the green. And so here's how I'm going to demonstrate this. Let's get a text. So we're going to have two text nodes. Duplicate that text node over here. It's going to be 3D text. It's going to be a number, 3D number. And so here we're going to say on collision start, value, add 1. All right. And then we're going to do the same thing. First collision start, value, add 1. Oops, not set, add. There we go. Okay, so now as the example, as I have it set up right now, we're not going to see any, whoa, okay, we're also going to need to pull out our camera a little bit there. Let's set the camera. So we see there's no difference, right? It falls in, both of them get triggered, and it adds 1 to our thing. But if we had multiple of these cubes up here, now what's going to happen is each time one of these cubes falls into this area, the on collision start is going to increase the value in the number on our left. Whereas the first collision start is only going to do it when the first cube enters. So we go boop, and we can see there we got 4 on the left, only 1 on the right. Now there is one caveat to that is if all of those cubes, like say we were to make this really thin, the cubes kind of need to stay collided with the object, right, for the first collision to start to work. So in this case, I think it's probably going to, it's going to add all 4 because they're never all in the area at the same time. So the one falls in and then it leaves, and then the next one falls in. That's considered a first collision again because the collision had ended. So it only works as long as there's multiple objects still in contact with the trigger. It's only going to trigger with the first one. But as soon as all the objects leave contact with the trigger, then it's open to trigger again. Of course, provided you didn't turn on the disable after first. Oh no, I'm out of caffeine already. Just water now. What are character saves in Logic? What do you mean by that? So we have, in the Logic tools, we have a option called Player Save. And so what this does is it saves specific data. No problem, PT, no problem. You can save data so that the next time the player comes back, they'll be able to save some progress from the last time they played your hype. So like maybe you have an inventory, they go around, they collect stuff. The next time they come back to the hype, they'll still have all the stuff that they've collected. That's the basic concept of player save. And the way it works is in here, it seems pretty simple, right? Like there's next to no options. We have execute and save automatically. So basically, every time we execute this, it will save the data that we have marked to be saved. And the way that we mark data is we have either numbers or vectors that can be saved. And vectors are just 3 numbers at once. So we have like a number node and a vector node. And we would say like maybe this number node, we're going to call this score. And this vector is like, I don't know, maybe it's like player position. So we'll just call it position. Because a vector is really good for saving the position of objects within the game world. But so now we have these two, and we want to save these, right? We want to save the player's score, and we want to save the position that they're in when the game ended. So we go into the hamburger menu here, and we go to player save settings. And you can see here now under the save tab, we have nothing. And that means even when we execute that player save node, it's not going to save anything because we haven't told it what to save. But if we go into the number here, we can now see that number node. And if we had more number nodes, we would be able to see every number node in this menu that we have in the Hype, which is another reason it's very important to name your number nodes, because if you didn't name any of them, you would just come in here and they would all look the same. You wouldn't know which is which. But we know we want to save the player score, so I'm just going to tap that little disk icon on the right, and now we've highlighted that score node to be saved. And the exact same thing with vector. It's going to show every vector node we have. We find the one we want to save. We tap that, and then we go back to the saved, and we can see we have those 2 there. So now every time we execute this player save node, it's going to save these 2 values to the kind of the player's profile, their information, you know, saved somewhere associated with that player that has just played. Now, you probably would need to do some extra logic at this point because these values are saved. So when you load in, it's going to automatically have these values, but it's probably going to need to do some extra stuff. You know, for example, I'm trying to think of like some different use cases here. But essentially, like if this value is going to some other locations, you're going to need to send it as soon as the Hype loads for it to work. Otherwise, it's going to start with this value will be updated, but if it's not being sent anywhere, nobody's getting it. So you might have to set up some specific logic at the beginning of your game to check whether or not there is a value saved in here, and then, you know, tell the game what to do with that value, whether it's, you know, add it to the score, maybe make some, one thing is that I use this for frequently is if I'm saving progress and like say my level has a lot of collectibles in it. So if I don't do anything and I just save the score that the player got from collecting all those collectibles, the next time they come back, all those collectibles are going to be there again. They can collect them again, and essentially just kind of infinitely their score can just keep going up and up and up until the leaderboard runs out of digits. So you would have to add some extra logic that's keeping track of all your collectibles and whether or not they've been collected. And then you would add a little bit of logic there to say, hey, if this object has already been collected, either delete it, or if it's being spawned, don't spawn it. And then that way the player can't come through and just collect things over and over and over again. And I can show a Hype where I have done this. It's not going to be pretty, but it is kind of, definitely very much a work in progress. But so this map that I'm making here has a ton of collectibles in it, and you can go around, you can meet these people, and you see here, if we go into my player save settings, I just have a ton of different values that I'm saving. And it's basically anything important in the game that the player can do, but I only want them to be able to do once. I got to save it here so that the next time they load it, they can't do it again. Which is one of the reasons that this particular hype has been taking me a really long time, because there's a lot of elements to that if you're doing something like kind of big like this is. And I mean, when you're doing something that's going to save data, you know, depending on what the game is, maybe it's the kind of game where you want to come back and just like grind it over and over and over again. But like for this style of game, I felt like I actually needed to have enough stuff for the player to do to warrant them wanting to come back, right? So there's a lot of different things to do, a lot of collectibles to find, a lot of different scenarios that you can get into. And I have to save all of that so that the game knows what the player has done, what the player hasn't done, how much score they have, how many collectibles they have they completed puzzles, all this kind of stuff. And that's all by saving number nodes, basically, with that player save setting. All right, now, Badger, I know you had a question earlier when we were chatting again about this one. So I'm going to show you some stuff in this really quickly, because I know you're working with this specific kind of draft that I shared with you. So you said that you want to make the enemy get tossed away if the guy runs into it. So the way this is set up right now is the enemy damages our player, right? So our player runs towards the enemy, and when the player hits the enemy, he gets hurt. If he gets hit too many times, he did. But so you kind of want the opposite of that. Your goal is to actually touch the enemy and smack him away. So first we're going to go in here. We're going to find our enemy logic, which is right here. Move this to where we can see it clearly. And this actually, the enemy logic here is just taken directly from the side-scrolling platformer template, or the runner template, the side-scrolling runner. So I've only made a few adjustments in it to make it work within the context that I have set up here, which is slightly different. So we go in here and we look at the enemy. The enemy is going to have a collision trigger. So we'll go here and we will say, actually, what I'm going to do with this one is, I think it'll be easier if we handle it actually in the player. So I'm just going to delete this collision trigger. So no, this player or this enemy can no longer damage you based on collision. And then I'm going to go to the player settings, the player controls here. Move these out of the way. And so what we have here is what's called an add-on. So this is logic that has been applied to our player character. And so within the context of this add-on, this cube in the middle is what we would call a reference object, and that represents the object that we're going to apply the add-on to, in this case, the player character. So this has all the logic that controls how you move the player. And again, this was taken from the side-scrolling runner, I believe, but I did, I have edited a little bit because it functions differently, right? He runs forward, you can move to the left, to the right, within 3 lanes. So we're going to do something really simple in here. We're not going to need to mess with anything that's already here. We're just going to add some new stuff. So we're going to go to logic here. We're going to say explosive force. And boom, we've got our explosive force. We have a new thing here, which automatically puts the explosive force in our container. But I'm actually realizing now explosive force works better if we add it directly into the object. So I'm going to go, and now I've selected our reference object here, And this plus at the bottom, I'm going to tap that, and now I can add nodes directly to that object. So now I have an explosive force in here, and I'm also going to need a collision trigger. And the collision trigger is looking for enemies. Enemies by default are red in the red group. So the collision trigger wants to activate when it touches objects in the red group. And we're just going to say on collision start, execute that explosive force. Execute. There we go. And now we're going to test. This is not going to work totally correctly yet, but but it should start to. Okay, so the explosive force is not enough. I think actually what we need to do here is we need to go back to the enemy. And I actually should not have gotten rid of that collision trigger, because what's going to happen in here is when this guy touches the player who is in the green group, we're going to need to turn some stuff off. Most notably, I need to, the vector transform is how this guy is moving. And I believe, oh, he is a dynamic object. Okay. So we have, how is this? Oh, he is moving by a force. Oh, the vector transform is so he can turn around. That's logic that's not being used in this game. Okay, so we have the force here. We're going to say when this collision happens, we definitely want to disable this force. So we do enabled off. Now the force is no longer enabled. Is he going to blow away now? Let's find out. I think the other thing is this guy is in the physics. Yes. So we're limiting movement on the Z, and we're limiting turning on the Y. And that's limiting how the player can move. Are we going to get it this time? Let's find out. Okay. Now I have to check if I'm going to make something else happen so I can see if this is actually colliding. So on collision start, force is disabled. I could do this also here. If we had limit movement Z and limit turning Y, I can turn those off with the collision trigger. So on collision start, physical activation, limit movement Z off, physical activation, limit turning Y off. And that way I still have those on, because they were on for a reason. And then let's also on collision start, let's do character animation. We'll put it to, oh, we don't have any. We'll need to add some more poses. But for now, I'm just going to put it to the jump pose so that we can see if this is actually even working. Okay, he is getting the jump pose. So I think maybe, and here's actually another thing we could do. I'm going to go back to, I'm going to do this differently. Sorry if I'm making it a little confusing now. We're going to get rid of these two from here. We're going to handle all of this in the player here, or the enemy. So we are going to add, oh no, we can't do it that way, can we? Never mind. The explosive force is a little weird. It doesn't work the same as other forces. So you see here, if we have a normal force and then we have an explosive force, the normal force has a target, so we can tie it to an object, but the explosive force does not. So which is why it's good to apply the explosive force directly into the object where you want the explosive force to come from. So I think, though, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to do this a little bit differently. I'm going to make it a little bit differently. So let's go back to here. Why are some of these? Oh, because they're, all right, I don't know. So we're working on the enemy here. We're going to add just a regular force. bring this down a little bit so we have some room to work. And I'm going to add a random. Where's my... Oh, I can never freaking blind here. So a random, and we're going to say this goes from negative 90 to 90. And the random value is going to go to... Actually, we need a second thing, another thing here, which is transform. So now we're going to have a transform. It's going to be a rotate transform. Do it this way. The target is our force. And now this on random value is going to go to the amount. And so what this is going to do is we have the force, which by default would shoot the enemy straight up into the air. And we probably should have tested that to make sure it was working, but I'm getting ahead of myself. So by adding this transform in this random, it's now rotating that anywhere from like pointing on 90 degrees this way to 90 degrees this way. So anywhere in there. And that way, when you run into them, they're going to kind of fly off in different directions. Hopefully. Fingers crossed. Oh, okay. What am I missing here? I've disabled the physics that's getting locked down on this. Oh, this stabilizer here might be doing something. What if we just disable the stabilizer completely on this collision? Stabilizer activation enabled off. And now we want to reorder our order of operations so that the... Oh, I also... I'm an idiot. I need to, on collision start, execute this random. And then after that, I need to execute this force. Skipped a step there. Now let's try it. Still, it doesn't... What is the problem with this? Is this vector transform? It's only activating when... Yeah, it shouldn't be doing anything. I'm a little confused here. What is this force doing? So this force is actually affecting the player. So this was part of the damage logic, this force here. As was this raycaster, yes. So none of those matter anymore because we're changing how this works. I could just delete these. We don't need these. And all of that stuff is in the container. Yes, yes. What am I missing here? Physical Z off, physical Y off, force off. We changed the character animation, so and we can see the character animation changing. So all of this stuff is happening. Turn the stabilizer off, execute the random, then execute the force. What if we just crank up this force? Maybe it's too weak, but I don't think that's the problem. Yeah, there's something else going on here. What is preventing this guy from moving? I am really confused. Huh. No, he's not unmovable. He's moving. He's dynamic. It says so right there. and he's already being pushed by a force. So it's not that. I wonder if I even need this stabilizer. Because I feel like this might be where the problem is coming from, even though I've disabled it. I am a little bit confused on this one. This is targeted. Oh, there we go. Oh my God. Target this guy. There we go. That was the problem. I hate when sometimes you're just going fast, you skip a step, you don't realize it, and then it takes forever. There. Later. All right, now let's spam a couple of those guys and see if that random rotation is working. So boom, boom, boom. Okay, so the rotation is not working. That's targeted to there. Yes, yes. This is set to... well, local force shouldn't really matter. What if we put turn? No, we need that to be that kind of force. We can crank it down a little bit. That 20 was huge. Hey, it did work the second time. All right, so there's some order of operation stuff here. We need a slight delay. We need a delay between the random being set off and the force being set off. So really short. I'm not sure what the smallest delay you can make is, but let's try that. On time, execute the force. And now here, instead of executing the force, we will execute that interval. There it is. All right. That's what I was looking for. Okay, so sometimes it takes a moment, but we'll get there. We will get there. So I will actually, since you have a link to this draft, or to this unlisted hype, I'll just save this. And then you can grab that enemy like that. Change as you wish. One thing I will note about changing these characters, though, once it puts me back to the... Let's go back in here for a second. And so this goes for anybody that wants to take a pre-made character and edit it. So the size of the character probably plays into how the character works. If we go here to our player controls, we're going to have... Oh, maybe I've turned it off already. So, like, this has a raycaster that's checking... I don't know. This does get turned off and on. What's this one doing? That one's checking if something stomps on your head, which is not important for this. This one's looking at the ground. And so what we can see here, I don't know if this matters with this particular setup, because I think this might not be doing anything anyway. But this raycast that's checking the ground, you know, it's probably at the very least going to affect the animation that you're using. You know, so when the guy's on the ground, he's running. When he's in the air, he's going to be in his jump pose. But if you change the height of this guy, we can see that in the raycast here, we have a max range of 1. And if you change this character into a bigger character, that raycast may no longer be hitting the ground when the guy is on the ground. So you would need to extend that max range a little bit or adjust the offset of the raycast. Either way, whatever it takes to get it so that it actually sees below the character model. So that's just something to keep in mind when you are asset replacing characters. And I think the same thing with this guy. Well, there's one here. He's got, you can see the particle effects there that are on the ground. And the other guy has particle effects on the ground as well. If you get a bigger character, those particle effects, you know, they might end up like on his knees or something. And you'll need to make a few adjustments. We would go in here and we would say particle effect walk. We can see the offset on Y right now is 0.6. And, you know, maybe with a bigger character, it would need to be like -1. And we can see on this guy, it's too low. But if we change him into just like a ping. Oops, let's try that again. Ping. There he is. So we changed that into ping, and now we can see that that smoke is actually kind of ending up in the right area. And probably everything else about this should still work. Boom, 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 boom. And another kind of fun thing we could do with this is we could add a second force here, duplicate that, and we're going to make this a turning force. Maybe turning this way. That'll be a little more fun. And we're going to execute both of those forces at the same time. And that way he won't just get pushed, he'll spin a little bit. Boom, 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 boom. Nice. That spin should also probably get a random value to it. So in that case, we would just be sending a random value to the amount. So like what? It's set to 12 now, which was pretty good. But we could set it maybe to like -15 to 15. Delete this one. Send that value to the amount without executing. And then here instead, oh, actually, yeah, that'll work. We need to, that was not the best order to do that in, but it works. Execute this random. Yeah, I mean there is a bit of a learning curve, right? It's especially now, you know, we haven't made it as easy yet as we would like it to be. We would definitely like it to be a lot more easy for anybody to just come in and pick up. And there is still definitely at this point a learning curve, especially if you want to get into more complicated stuff. Like if you're going to just remix a template, that's pretty easy. If you don't want to change any gameplay mechanics, you just want to change visuals and maybe do some level design. Like that part is pretty easy at this point. But definitely if you want to do some more complex systems, come up with your own gameplay mechanics, there's a bit of a learning curve to that. No problemo. Are there any more questions? Anybody else need some help with with their hype. I can show you kind of one more thing that I had set up here, which is this spawner. So this could act as an enemy spawner. I believe is what I set this up to be. So yes, this is the spawner. The spawner, we're going to set our enemy. The position of this is constantly being updated based on the player position, so that it's always 40 in front of the player, but I think I actually need to increase that a little bit. This is 47, so I'm going to make this 50. And now we want, I need to check player controls here. Where's my swiping logic? It's here. And so this moves 2.5. Yeah, 2.5. Everything's moving 2.5. All right, so that means the lane that we are walking on, if we check our coordinates of our player here, is X0. And that's always going to be, we see, if, this is moving along the X. I did this not the way that I normally do things, and that's why I'm getting confused. All right, so this guy's moving along the Z, or he's moving along the X. Z is not going to ever change. Y changes when he jumps. But he starts at position 0, 0, 0. And that means that these guys that are starting at, these guys are at 47, and they are starting off the screen, which is the main thing that I'm worried about. So that's why we're adding now 50 here to make sure that these things spawn off of the screen. But the second thing we want to do is we have 3 lanes, right? So we don't want them to always spawn in the middle. Sometimes we might want them to spawn at negative 2.5 or a positive 2.5 on the Z axis. Boop, boop, boop. The Z axis is where we're moving back and forth with the swipe. How do I make a cleaning simulator? That is a pretty big question, Melon. Is there like some specific gameplay mechanic you're trying to make? I'm going to set up something here, though. We're going to have a switch. And this is going to have, we're going to turn this into probability distribution. And we're going to make these all even. So we have 3 possible outputs from our probability distribution switch here, and they all have equal weight. And what we're going to do is, this one is going to say offset Z, negative 2.5. This one is going to say offset Z, 0. And this one is going to say offset Z, 2.5. And now this, instead of executing the spawner, we're going to execute this switch. We have, with each of these where we're changing the offset, we're also executing. That's what the red line means. If you see a red line, it means it's maybe sending some data, but it's definitely executing whatever it is targeting. So now what we should get here is, this is looping every 3 seconds. It should be spawning the enemy. Let's see. So there's our automatic 3 guys, and there we're starting to see the ones that it's spawning. So every 3 seconds we should get a guy, and they should be spawning in different lanes. What is it doing? Why are they all spawning on 0? I did this right, didn't I? This is, yeah. Huh. And actually, I could do all of this. Like, we don't even need this part of it. Let's get rid of that. This can just go to value offset X, and that doesn't, we don't want to execute that. But why are these offset Z? Yes, yes, yes. I'm just going to do another quick, this is some good troubleshooting. The text node, really handy for troubleshooting. So it is possible I can do some debugging in testing, but it can be a little difficult. So I'm just going to say if we're going to value -2, cool, value 0, cool, value +2. This is just going to be not 3D text, center, number, large. So we should be able to see here if we're ever getting, it's always saying 0. There we go, 2. So this one should be coming on this side. -2 should be coming on that side. And they don't seem to be coming at all. Now, interesting. I may have broken it by deleting that box. Spawn at is not set. Can we set it to self? I guess what I need to do here is give myself any sort of random shape. Spring cap, sure, why not? And let's lock to grid. This is going to be our spawn at. And actually, this should be now, because of the change in the logic, this should be also at 0. And we won't want to see that. Hey, oh, that's why they were running the wrong direction? No, they're still going the right direction. But that's just a rotation of this thing. So let's rotate it once. Nope, those are the default guys. Okay, I think I rotated it the wrong way, so we're going to rotate it twice. It's a circular object, maybe not the best for this. I would normally use something like an arrow so you can see what direction it's pointing. Oh, but why is this? Oh, what's going on with these? It was working. Let's reset rotation on this. Reset. Let's go to the player here, or the enemy. And let's go to the spawner. Use spawner local transform. Use spawn point rotation. Let's maybe turn both of those off. Or we want to use spawner local transform. Yes. Okay, but he's still spawning the wrong way. There, oh, those are the guys that are already in there. No, now it's still spawning the wrong way. What is up with that? What are you guys doing, you weirdos? That is an excellent point, Badger, and that is the way that I thought that I had set this game up. But I didn't. So there's that. But you could easily change it to that with a little bit of adjustment in the player controls. So we got about 15 minutes left in this editor Q&A session. If you need some editor help, now would be an excellent time to ask me what it is you are trying to do and see if I can help you make it happen. Because that is the point of this session. Let's go... We're going to make this into an arrow. Aha, okay. A broom that's... Sorry, Melon. I totally forgot you had asked that question. That was my bad. Let's go take a look at that. I'm just going to save this for now. We can come back to that. I can take a look at that, Badger, on the break, and we can talk a little bit more about it. Let's really quickly, let's do a broom that you can drag. As soon as this posts. Okay, so let's go. We'll start a new. We'll get a high camera angle here, so we're kind of looking down at the ground. I would imagine that's what we want. We're going to grab a broom here. There's our broom. You know, maybe we want to angle it a little bit so it looks a little more like a broom. I don't know. But there's our broom. We're going to give it dynamic object physics. Actually, I think we could do this with unmovable and kinematic, I think. And so in here, we're going to grab a object touch. And in the object touch, we're going to change the type to drag ground. And that's it. Oh, I didn't change my camera angle here. Let's set camera. So now we can grab this broom and no, I do need to make that dynamic, I guess. There we go. Now I can move the broom around and I can push stuff around with it. Now you can see it's kind of rotating all over the place, so we probably want to lock some physics down. Maybe we want to limit turning on the X and the Z. That'll only allow it to turn on the Y there. You can see it's kind of turning a little bit on the Y, but otherwise it's staying upright. So if we have just like a whole mess of dynamic objects around, we can just boop, sweep them all away. Oh, I think we need to lock down all the rotation on that. Otherwise, it just goes wild. Destroying multiple objects in runtime, is it performance heavy? That's a good question, PT, that I honestly do not know the answer to. That's a real good question. I mean, I've made a few hypes where I'm sometimes destroying quite a few things at once. And I haven't necessarily noticed any performance issues, but of course I do use a nice brand new, well, not brand new anymore, but like even 1-year-old iPad here. The bar UI. So let's say, let's add a UI node here. So I assume you're talking about the progress bar here. So the progress bar can be used for all kinds of different things. I think probably a very common use for it would be a health meter, right? In this case, we could maybe do something. Well, I'm just going to make a really quick example of this just to make it easy. So let's resize it a little bit. I like my bars to go to the right, from left to right. And so we have a few values in here. Let's say we're having a character health and their health is 10. So we're going to set our max amount to 10 and our starting amount to 10. We got full health now. We'll check really quickly in here our inputs and outputs, and we can see we are already can input the amount. That's what we need to worry about. And so now if we go out of here, now normally, of course, we would decrease that value when the player takes damage. But just to kind of demonstrate, we'll set this interval on loop. And so every second, it's going to progress bar amount, subtract 1. And then we'll see as it plays, it's going to loop. And each second, the progress bar goes down with the value in the amount until it hits 0. And now technically, it's still subtracting, but the progress bar doesn't go negative. So it doesn't matter. So yeah, it's just all about the values that you have in the progress bar here. So your max amount is the max amount that can be held in the progress bar, and then the amount is the amount that you start with. So, sometimes you might want it to go the other way, like you're, maybe with that cleaning game, you would want to start at 0, and each time one of your cubes gets pushed off the screen, then you add 1, and then you just put the max amount of cubes you have. And then once you push all the cubes off the screen, progress bar will be full. You'll be done. You want to make it 0.01. Max amount 0.01 is not going to do anything. Minimum amount 0.01, I think, is also not going to do anything. Yeah, it doesn't even show that. You get 0.1, and you get a little tiny sliver there in the amount. But this is really nice. I really enjoyed the UI node in general. I've been doing a lot of stuff with the UI node lately. You can do a lot of cool things with it. So like if I back out of here, boom, confirm. Go to my profile, for example. Well, this is a really messy one, but like this uses a lot of UI nodes. So just if I play here, for example, I'm going to turn down the music here now since this has some music and some sound effects. So this thing we're looking at right here where I select how many cars I have, this is a UI node, right? I've made this menu, this button, everything with the UI node. These buttons down here at the bottom lets me change what music track, lets me mute the music. Once it starts, it lets me change the camera angle. That's all done with the UI node as well, a separate UI node. I can close that menu, and now I have another UI node there that's just that little eyeball that lets me reopen that menu. All right, PT Jones. Always good to try and optimize your stuff. Definitely. I'll be completely honest, it's not something I've given a ton of thought to sometimes. I know that I've made a few things that do not perform well on low-end devices. And that's kind of my bad. So very good that you're attempting to make your games as accessible as possible to people with all manners of devices. That's awesome. Anyway, oh, this is a UI node as well, telling me to choose which car I want to follow. And now I have another UI node here letting me start the race. And then we don't need to watch this whole thing, but when it gets to the end, there's, well, I'll let it go. It's only like 30 seconds, I think. Maybe a minute to get to the bottom there. Dynamic buggy hype from Melon. All right, I'll have a look at that once I show you some more UI stuff here. So now we get to the bottom. And again, UI node, race again, quit. That's in the UI node. Show results. It brings up the results of the race. That is actually, I'm fairly certain I did not do this in the best way that it could be done, because essentially each one of these entries on this leaderboard here is its own UI node that is being fed some information and becoming visible when that car passes the finish line. And then we can hide results again. UI node. Show results, hide results, race again, quit. Oh, we're in the editor. The quit doesn't work. And the race again doesn't work either. But if we were just playing that normally, those would both work. Okay, let's go check out this buggy. From Melon. Is it Melon? What's your name here? It's been a while. I'm remembering now that Melon is not Melon in HypeHype. And we got about 5 minutes left, so if anybody does have any more editor questions, you can let me know. Epic Wubbucks? I don't think that's what it was before, was it? Everybody loves the Wubbucks now. That doesn't appear to be a... It's this one. This is my username. Is this what you wanted me to look at? I thought you wanted me to look at a buggy. You said a buggy hype. Or did you mean buggy as in... Buggy as in... now I'm getting confused. This is what you wanted me to look at. Yeah? Dynamic buggy. All right, let's check that out. Dynamic... buggy. Dynamic bug. Oh, it's an underscore. That's why I didn't find it. Okay. So you have a... You can drag it around. Flip it over. Throw it off the screen. This is another one when you're using the you're using the object touch here. I would probably use this as drag ground because you're on the car. So when you drag camera, it's going to kind of drag up and down, left and right, depending on the view of the camera. But when you drag ground, it's going to drag around, kind of try and stay on the ground. Just like we did with the broom. Drag ground. PT Jones has a multiplayer related issue you suspect it will take a long time to troubleshoot. It may indeed. And Shogun is still not quite up to speed on all the multiplayer tools. I bet Yup or one of the guys on the Discord could probably know those tools a little bit better than me at this point. I haven't done a ton of multiplayer stuff yet. We are actually about to end the stream here, so I'm not going to start just playing hypes. But we now have, it is just about 1 p.m. here in Helsinki, which means 4 hours remaining to complete your hypes for the Global Game Jam. I am going to be taking some lunch here in just a moment, and then we will be back at 2 p.m., which is roughly 1 hour from now, with Haamu to talk about polishing your game and getting it ready to be published. So, thank you very much, everybody, for coming and hanging out, giving me some cool questions, some good stuff to look at, some brain scratchers. I always like to try and figure some stuff out. It always feels good to solve a problem. So I love when you guys give me problems and I am able to solve them. I enjoy it very much. Just setting up for my break here. We're going to go to this, and oops, there we go. Okay, so in just about an hour, I will be back with Haamu to talk about game polishing. Hope you guys are having a lot of fun this weekend. I've been having a blast, and good luck with your projects. I will save some time later today to try and answer some more questions if you have some, but I do have a game of my own that I hope to finish before the deadline today. So that'll do for this session. Once again, thank you very much, and I will see you in an hour. Peace. Oh no, what just happened? Hey, it did work. It put me to the break. Okay, cool. My whole screen went black for a second. That was very scary. Anyway, get some food, get some rest, work on your games. I'll see you guys soon.
What's up? I'm HypeHype. I play games, make games everywhere, and today we're going to be going through tutorials in HypeHype, checking out Make a Mini Hype Easy Editor tutorial. Welcome to the Hype Editor. When I'm making a game, I like to use these 3 fingers, zoom in, zoom out, and move around the world. In this tutorial, you'll learn about premades. Premades have built-in functionalities and they speed up making games. Start by adding a player from assets. Tap to open assets. On the bottom, we have our hamburger menu, assets, logic, and hierarchy. Let's go to assets. These are examples of pre-made players. All of
Hey, Job here. Today we'll be doing something different. I bribe our devs with donuts and got some spicy new information about the upcoming features. So let's take a look what's coming to HypeHype. We'll be starting with the not very well kept secret, collab editing. Soon you'll be able to make games together with your friends. Simply invite your friends to the same session, and once they are spectating, you can promote them to participants. This feature is currently under testing and should be available soon. Next on the list is a level editor mode. Here is what our editor developer Marco has to say about that.
Level editor! We are preparing the implementation of level editor. When your hype is finished, you can prepare it for level editor mode. Level editor mode is just a restricted editor mode. You can decide the restrictions yourself. In level editor mode, it's harder to make mistakes when creating your levels. When other users remix your hype, which is in the level editor mode, they will have a much easier time making a new level for your game. If they publish the remix without exiting the level editor mode, HypeHype knows that the hype is purely a new level and not a totally different game. If you have a game that has multiple levels in a playlist, At the end of the playlist, HypeHype can suggest more levels to play. Psst, related rumor leak. There will probably be a way to share assets between all the levels. When you update your player character asset, all levels with that asset can be automatically updated. It's like magic.
Level editor mode is going to be an awesome tool for you and others to create more levels for your games, but there's still a long way to go before this feature is ready. Same can't be said about the next feature. Cinematic tools. We are finally getting cinematic tools. Inon has been working on timeline tools that will allow you to easily create animations and cutscenes. I'll let him tell you more about what cinematic tools are and how they will work in the future. Okay, now tell me about the cinematic tools and you'll get a donut.
Oh, sweet, nice.
Yeah, it is.
All right, so cinematic tools are, well, it's a component and a menu option in HypeHype that you can use to create cinematic effects and camera transitions. So there are two things. First, tracks, and the second one is a timeline component. You create tracks as much as you want, and inside these tracks you can have different properties, such as a number or an event property or a transform for camera and object manipulation. And then you use the timeline tool, the timeline component to manipulate these tracks, like execute and play them. So for example, you can go create a camera property and put your editor camera in different places in your hype. And then you can just play this, it's going to move your editor camera around. So with this cinematic tools, you can create cutscenes or transitions or dialogues, like anything you can imagine. So yeah, this is overall the cinematic tools and it's going to be really good. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, no problem. What about the donut?
First version of this feature should be available soon, so prepare yourself. And also prepare yourself for the next one, which is function container and function node. Define inputs and outputs and create reusable custom logic with function container. Created functions can be called using the function node. This makes using the same logic in multiple places easier than ever before. This feature will be available in the next update, which might actually be already out. Finally, pants. I mean mesh deforming. Our editor wizards are working on a tool that will allow you to give clothing to your character, no matter how big or small the character is. I heard rumors that this feature would be available around summer, but we'll see. It might take a bit longer, or it might come out earlier. What do I know? I'm just a community manager. And that's it. What do you think about these new features? Let us know in the comments. And while you are there, let us know about any other features you would like to see in HypeHype. Thanks for watching, I hope you enjoyed this video. Don't forget to subscribe for more HypeHype content and join our Discord where you can find other creators and join our community challenges.
Hey guys, I am Sarah and I'm a community manager here at HypeHype. For anyone new here, HypeHype is an app where you can play and create games on your own phone, no coding required. You can post any games you've made and also scroll and play through the games that other creators have made. So whether you're a gamer, a game creator, or simply just curious, HypeHype is a great app for you to try out. Here at HypeHype, we hold this company-wide event called Hype Week, where we pair up into teams and spend 3 days making our own hypes. This gives us devs all of a chance to work with each other and explore the editor more, note down any issues we come across, and also just have some fun with our coworkers and have some fun creating games on our app. We have 40 devs in-house, meaning that by pairing up, we were able to make 20 games in just 3 days. Before I show you the games that we came up with, let's have a look at what happened during Hype Week. On day 1, we first pitched ideas to each other and found pairs to work with. Our theme for this Hype Week was casual and relaxing games, although of course I heard some devs discussing some hardcore shooters right away. Personally, I am still very new to HypeHype, so I teamed up with my coworker and HypeHype expert Yup. Yup is very good with game logic, so our teamwork went really well with me providing the idea for the game and then leaving him to make all of the game logic and gameplay features. Day 2 consisted mostly of teams figuring out how to make their game work and starting to build the base of their games. We gave each other our games to playtest and to see what feedback other teams had that could help us improve our games. For Paint Scene, I drew up some mood boards for what kind of world we wanted to create and started playing around with some of the game assets and looking through all of the options of what I could make. Luckily, we have thousands, I think almost 10,000 different assets in game, so my struggle was mostly narrowing the ideas down of what I wanted to make. Meanwhile, Yup made the game logic and we ran many playtests of the features to make them look, feel, and work smoothly. The final day was spent adding finishing touches to game designs and levels. We started off by making an alien planet with some cool mushrooms, UFOs, and of course axolotls, because what else would you find on alien planets? And then we decided to also make 2 more scenes by remixing our game. Our second scene was a cute farm with a bunch of animals, and our third scene was a calm forest campsite. Finally, demo day. On this day, we all gathered up to present our games and play them together. It is so cool to see the variety of games that you can create on HypeHype, and these were all made in just 3 days. The games ranged from puzzle games, to adventure games, to unicycle shooting games. Overall, we had a ton of fun, we found a ton of bugs to fix, and we have a lot of dev-made games for you guys to try out. It's finally time for me to show you the cool games that we came up with. Unfortunately, it's going to take too much time for me to play all 20, so I'm going to show you my personal favorite ones, and maybe the ones that fit the casual theme the best. So you guys may recognize where the idea for this one came from, the infamous Marbles on Stream, where you have a singular marble in the midst of hundreds of other marbles and you race against each other to see who the ultimate winner is. Honestly, the music makes this game so completely and utterly dramatic, I love it. It kind of feels like you're riding into battle on your shiny horse, except that your horse is a little ball and the battle is against other tiny little balls. 10 out of 10. Next up, we have Ping's Pretty Parlor. In this game, you have found yourself in need of a haircut, and honestly, what better place to do so than Ping's very own hair parlor? Ping has a variety of different dyes available for you to choose from, and you can style your hair however you please, even if some of the results seem gravity-defying. The question is, would you trust Ping to do your hair? I was kind of speechless when I opened up this game. It's honestly quite hard to believe that this was just made in a couple of days. This is still a work in progress, so I assume at some point you'll be able to collect these different items for the villagers that they are asking for and open up some new areas. Also, I realized that I'm able to punch things in this. I'm not really sure what this is for, but I would love to know. Next up, we have an emoji puzzle game where you connect the emojis to each other. I remember playing this kind of game as a kid, and it's really nice that there's now an easily remixable version on HypeHype that I can use to make my own levels. It took me quite some time to solve some of the last ones in 3D. I can already imagine some people remixing some absolutely insane levels from this. I also found out that there is a secret level that appears if you slide the screen with all 5 fingers. I'm not going to spoil and reveal what it is though, so you'll just have to go see that for yourself. This game is genuinely one of the cutest games that I have played. So you're this little slime with a sword and you go around collecting sacrifices to bring back to the pot. There's a few different areas to explore and with different items to collect. You just spin around to swing your little sword and fight off all the bad guys. I really love the feeling of this game. The music adds so much to it, and it's honestly also so easy to expand upon if you want to make it more difficult or add in some more areas for yourself. Last but not least, we have the game that me and Yop made together called Scene Paint. Like I mentioned, we made 3 different scenes: an alien planet, a lively farm, and a cozy forest. We also designed it so that it's very easy to remix. All you have to do is delete the assets from the scene and add in your own and design your world however you'd like. So I hope you enjoyed seeing a little bit of what our Hype Week looks like. I linked all the games that I showed in order down below if you want to go and play them for yourself. We also have all of our social media links down in the description below so you can stay up to date with everything that we do. HypeHype is still in early access, so go to hypehype.com and you can apply for access to our game and start playing or making your own games. Thank you so much for watching, and I will see you next time.
What's up, I'm Hype C. I play games, make games everywhere, and today we're going to make a quick Pokemon Capybara game. And if you keep watching, I'll show you how you can make your own Pokemon game on your phone in minutes. Or if there's a Pokemon you want me to make, leave a comment. Capybaras are native to South America, so today we travel to Curitiba, Brazil to find some capybaras in the wild, observe them, and take what we learned and put it into our game. Curitiba, Brazil is known to be like the London or Seattle of Brazil, where the weather is so chilly and cold. They have a common saying in Brazil: if you meet someone from Curitiba, be sure to give them a big hug because they are cold inside. Enough about Curitibanos, let's get to the capybaras. Capybaras are basically huge rodents, some bigger than the biggest pig I've ever seen, and the baby capybaras are just so adorable. Most of the time, capybaras just chill and lay out in the sun all day and eat grass. You will always find them by the water as they are great swimmers, and for fun, I have seen them chase each other around on land and into water. They can move fast if needed, and someone even told me they like apples, but all my attempts to feed them apples have failed. After observing the capybaras and even being lucky enough to pet one, let's make a game. In case you're wondering, the hairs are very thick and feels kinda wiry. Definitely a little weird. There are many ways to make games nowadays, but for me, I like using an app and being able to make a game anywhere. There's Wi-Fi, 3G, 5G, all on my phone. In HypeHype, you can easily make games based off of other games you or someone else has already made. Let's take a look at Catch It by Viper and all the other iterations people have made in this game. HypeHype is a revolutionary app that allows anyone to play thousands of games and make games all on your phone. It's currently in beta, so you do need an email to sign up. They're currently working on bringing multiplayer games and development to the app. Any game in this app can be used as a template. Today we're looking at Catch It by Viper, which is a simple Pokemon-like game where you toss a ball and catch an animal or creature you've created. Dozens of other creators have made their own version of this Catch It game using new characters, redesigning the landscape where the creatures are caught, all on their phone. If you were to create a Pokemon creature, what would you create? If you're new to making games, you can use a template because we all start somewhere. When I made my Pokemon Catch It game, I used a real-life inspiration of a capybara, an animal I've only ever seen photos of on the internet. I had no idea these creatures ran and were fast, lived by the water, and ate and chilled out in the sun all day. I wanted to create something that reflected my experience with these creatures. So I took this template, redesigned the landscape and difficulty of this game. I set up the character so that it ran back and forth, adding a bit of challenge to the game and a fun animation showing that if you missed, the capybara would run into the water, just as I saw in real life. Whenever too many people got around these majestic creatures, they just went into the water. And in the background of my game, I added some small fun elements like other capybaras playing with each other by running around, along with the mama and baby capybara chilling in the background. I never imagined I'd get the chance to pet one of these animals, but I also never thought I'd be able to make games on my phone in minutes and hours using an app. If you could make a game, what would you make? Sign up at HypeHype.com/get access and they will send you a download link within 24 to 48 hours, give or take, as it is the holiday season. It's game time. Let's make a game. Let's zoom out. Sniper put a bunch of step-by-step instructions on how to create your own type of Pokemon game. For step 1, let's change the character and we can just simply change it to a capybara. You see that the capybara looks kind of weird in the animation. Let's go grab a fresh capybara, and this one will contain all the animation involved with the capybara. We can see capybara sit, run, walk, jump, idle. And from here we can just go ahead and delete this. Select this animal and go ahead and select the capybara sit. Also gonna change the color because the capybaras look a little darker. This looks a little bit better. Change that visual dark red and a little bit more brown. Yeah, there we go. Go ahead and put him to the ground so he's not floating. It's snapping, so we want to turn the snapping off to free movement, and there we go, right about there. So let's turn the logic on and let's change the character name. Right now it's set to ping and we want to change it to capybara. And then on hit, let's go have the animation. Right now it's set to sword impact. Let's go ahead and change it to capybara jump pose. And then we can practice this. Oh, we have a golden one. You can see the dancing is kind of weird, so what we're going to want to do is find out where that is. On miss animation, we have it dancing, so let's go ahead and change it to a capybara run. And we can also maybe add a vector transform so that it runs off the screen. Signal receive, drag and select over here, and we're going to select vector transform, execute. And we want this to have a move to the left, maybe -0.5, drag to target the object. So now the object is selected, and if we miss, notice how he ran to the right, but he was still facing forward. So let's go ahead and add another vector transform, and this time we are going to rotate the capybara. So we select again, target capybara, transform to rotate, and we're going to do it in a faster time, so 0.125, and I think maybe it's a Y of 90. Let's try it out. It could be -90. Oh, and then here on broadcast listener, let's go ahead and select the second vector transform, execute. Just like that. I'm going to want the capybara to move a little bit further to the left, just so he's off the screen, but we can also make him move a little slower. And now he's gone. Feel free to follow the steps. You can change the music if you want to get a different song. Here we have Platoon Overworld. You can also go down here, select music, playtest each song, see what you might like, and then that will be the new song. If you're new to making games, just make small changes, nothing too complicated. When it comes to this Pokeball, I like to add a little bit more here. There's this button image, go here, make it super small, rotate it, change the colors a little bit. We also want this image to be a little bit smaller, like we did with the rotation and the move. We can go to vector transform, execute on start, give it no timing because we want it to happen right away. Change the XYZ to 0.5. Go ahead, move it over here, and then we're going to want to glue this to the Pokeball, maybe that centerpiece. And we want to set the transform to scale. Okay, so we got this vector transform, XYZ set to 0.5, transform set to scale. And now we just need to make sure it's right in front of the ball, kind of like that. A little bit to the right and out. Boom. Looking good. Take this game template and make a very simple game. Use any animal creature in the library to make your own type of game. If there's a Pokemon you'd like me to make a game for, leave a comment and let me know, and be sure to like and subscribe. Until next time, I'm HypeC. Stay safe out there and peace.
Hello everybody, I am Sarah, a community manager here at HypeHype, and today I'm here to take you through the basics of HypeHype. People like to call us the TikTok of gaming because we have a continuous feed of games for you to play, and you can also try your hand at making games yourself. You can find and follow your favorite creators, build up a following of players who like what you make, and find some like-minded friends to play games with. If you're here to enjoy a multitude of games, or are interested in making games on your phone or on the go, we've got you covered. This is our homepage, and it's where you can see and swipe through the games other people have made and posted. You can tap to instantly play a game that you like, or swipe to see new ones. You can like and comment on hypes, and your liked hypes will be saved to your library so you can easily find them if you want to go back and play them again someday. This tab at the top right is where you can look at new trending games, games from creators you follow, multiplayer games, and you can watch people live editing games through the Live tab. The Discover page is a great place to see what is happening on HypeHype right now. We host lots of game jams, competitions, and different events that you can participate in, and they'll all be featured on this page right here. There's also a list of featured creators who have made some really awesome games that you can check out and follow. Now let's move on to the Create page. This is where you can create your own HypeHype games, or as we like to call them, hypes. If you're new to game making like I was, it can feel a little bit daunting at first, but not to worry. It doesn't look like this, or this, or this. There's no coding when making a game in HypeHype, and we have many options to make the game making process simple for beginners. But I do want to mention that there's tons of mechanics and game logic to use and learn for experienced creators to make more complex games. We have plenty of tutorials to play through and game templates that you can use, as well as a wiki page if you need more in-depth information about how anything works. It's definitely a good idea to play through some of our tutorials to start off with, and to get familiar with how the basic game making process works, unless you're like one of those hardcore people who assembles IKEA furniture without looking at the manual. We have a set of beginner tutorials to start out with here, as well as intermediate ones if you want to learn more, and video tutorials that go even more in depth as well. These game templates provide you with base games with ready-made game logic, so you don't have to worry about that part, and you can focus on remaking or customizing the levels or adding new features or just anything you want to do with it. This is also where I'd like to mention a big important feature of HypeHype, and that is called remixing. Remixing allows you to open a game in the game editor and make any changes you want, just like with game templates. So if you see a really cool game and want to make your own level for it, maybe change the theme or characters, or maybe you came across a specific game mechanic that you have a cool idea for, remixing is the way to go. You can remix any game you come across by clicking on this button down here. You'll be taken to the remix page of the Hype, where you can see all the previous evolutions of the game. By pressing remix, you'll be taken to the game editor, where you can start remixing. This is much easier than starting a game from scratch, and allows you to build upon games in your own style. Finally, we have your own profile page, which displays your user and all the games you've made and published on HypeHype. Through the inbox up here, you can message friends, see hypes that friends have shared with you, invite them to play games with you, or to a co-editing session with you, where you can make and edit a game together with a friend. So those were the very basics of HypeHype. I hope you found this helpful and it gave you some insight as to what HypeHype is. We really want to make game making accessible to everyone and also provide you with just a ton of awesome games that you can play. HypeHype is currently in early access, so just go to hypehype.com and you can apply for access through our website. Thank you so much for watching. I have all our social media links down in the description below if you want to stay up to date with what we do, and I will see you guys next time.
What's up, I'm HypeC. I play games, make games everywhere. Today, I'm gonna show you how I made my first ever multiplayer game. And if you stay until the end, I'll make another one in minutes. In my multiplayer game on my iPad, but you can also use a phone or desktop web browser using an app called HypeHype. And the best part, no ads. I don't know how to code, but that's okay. I've made dozens of games and I know how to build out mechanics. One of the coolest features in HypeHype is the remix button that allows anybody to start making games based off of games that have already been made. To start out, let's take a look at the original game, Fall Boys by WT Dream. This game is multiplayer. It has a starting function where a countdown begins. We can break out this game into 4 separate obstacles. The first obstacle is the spinning helicopters that you have to dodge and jump over. Then the next obstacles are the up and down walls that you gotta time perfectly to make it over, all while competing with other players. The third obstacle is you got huge watermelons, big strawberries. Stick and move, gotta dodge them, get out of the way, and be sure to watch out for the bananas. And then the final obstacle is this cylinder that spins. Make it to the crown before everyone else, and the screen fades away and shows your character doing a dance. If we hit the remix button, we can look under the hood and see how this game was made. Notice little features like the costumes the players have, along with the arrows pointing in which direction you should go along the sides with the little helicopter spinning things. Those flags for the checkpoints. What I did for my game, I removed the obstacles and created my own. So let's take a look at that game. The start of this game is pretty similar, although I changed up the ground and the color scheme a little bit. The latest update also has a chat feature that allows you to chat to everyone in the game or individually. The first obstacle I have are these bouncy discs, which will bounce the character, expand and retract, and also change color. The next obstacle I created, a fake wall and a real wall that randomly switch depending on the spawner. The cool thing about the second obstacle is when I started creating the fake wall and the real wall, I didn't know how to do this, so I just started with the basics and slowly built up until what I wanted to do worked. This is one of the things that I enjoy about game development, is sometimes you don't know how you're going to create a certain game mechanic, but you build it up piece by piece until eventually it works. The third obstacle I created was these steps that change color once the player lands on them. Some of them shrink down and disappear. And then the fourth mechanic you see is the spinning cylinder. I like to think that the spinning cylinder helped influence the original game, because previously there was a helicopter platform, and you can see that in the original game by clicking it, hitting remix. If you go all the way to the end, you can see 3 helicopter platforms, and they got replaced with this new cylinder. Personally, I like this cylinder a little bit better as it's easier to complete the level. When I make a game, I like to add little Easter eggs. In this game, there are bouncy platforms in the back that you cannot get to until the race begins. Once the fence starts going down, you can jump, and this will have you skip the first obstacle and land you in the second obstacle. You don't get that much of a lead, but it's a cool fun fact for any players who have seen any of my videos. One of the funnest things I experienced while creating this game was I would often play test my game just to make sure all the mechanics were working properly, and sometimes people would join the game, so I got to watch other people play the game while developing. Let's remake another multiplayer game. We need to switch it up with 4 different obstacles. First thing I'm gonna do is hit the remix button to make this game stand out. I'll go in and change the color palette and minor details later. I've already created some assets. Let's go turn the logic on. Here's one, and this is just a rotating platform. Let's select this container, hit duplicate, create new instance. Let's go ahead and move this over here and replace these bouncy discs. Tap and hold to select multiple objects. Delete. The obstacles are rotating 90 degrees every second, either clockwise or counterclockwise. Let's play test this out. It's a little bit difficult, but for now it works. Next, I want to add a cool hammer mechanic that may knock the player out. Instead of creating that mechanic from scratch, let's go grab it in another game. HypeHype has thousands of games, and you can grab any mechanic from any game. This game is by the X called Rabbit Run. And what I'm going to do is grab this spinning mechanic. It's cool because it rotates, but you can also cause this spinning door to spin in whatever direction you like. Let's hit the remix button, find the mechanic, select it. We want to make sure we get all of it. Tap and hold to select multiple objects. We hit the copy button, exit, and go to our new game under drafts, edit, paste. Let's go to logic. First thing we're going to want to do is delete the previous stuff that is here, which is these spawning nodes. This is what is causing the wall and the fake wall to appear. And next we can add this object right about there. We can make this a little bit bigger, kind of like that. Looking good. Let's test it out. Looks like you can jump over this wall. We're gonna make it a little bit taller. If we go into this object, we can see that there is a current force that causes this obstacle to spin. I'm gonna go in and update this later. So let's play test this again and make sure we can't jump over this. Okay, it looks good. So let's grab this object, hit duplicate. For the third object, we're going to get rid of all of these steps. I'm going to increase the length of this ramp. This time, we're going to grab a hammer from that same Rabbit Run game. In this game, there's a lot of cool assets. Notice these hammers, but what we want is this hammer over here. So let's go into this game, hit the remix again, zoom in, grab the hammer, tap and hold to select the hammer and the movement joint. It's like a white capsule. Let's hit copy, go back to our drafts, Fall Boys Donut, hit edit. Turn the logic on. Let's go to the side over here and hit paste. Now we have this hammer. Let's go ahead and move it back here. And now I'm going to put this hammer right in the middle. Let's make it a little bit bigger, kind of more intimidating that way. And I'm gonna hit duplicate, copy the hammer, move it back over here, and duplicate again. Right now, these cannons are firing balls that shoot down and the player has to dodge. I'm gonna go ahead and turn this off for now. Select interval and turn off executing. Here we got the hammers. Cool, the hammers spin quickly. Let's take a look at the wave generator, and I'm just gonna increase the duration time to make them go slower. For these objects, you can see that there is a force amount causing the object to move, currently set to 60. What I'm gonna do is set this to 0, have this switch item go into here, force amount, -60. The other option is force amount, +60. Since this object is set up, I'm gonna go ahead, delete these objects, hit duplicate, duplicate, and when we playtest, we can see in the background that the rotating walls are randomly spinning in different directions. And I'm gonna do something similar to the hammer. Go into the hammer, add a switch node, probability distribution, have 2 outputs equal 1 each, on start, wave generator, start value, let's do -90, and end value, +90. We go in here, we want to make sure this is set to 0, and let's do the opposite for the second switch value. Start value, +90, end value, -90. And I'm going to go ahead and select these hammers, delete. Let's go ahead and copy this one, and let's play test. We can see 2 of the hammers are going in the same direction, and the third hammer is doing the opposite. All right, now we're to the last obstacle. I've already created an obstacle. Each of these obstacles can take anywhere from 5 minutes to over an hour to create, depending on how difficult the mechanics are. If you're new to HypeHype, check out my other videos that explore in detail how I make these games. From here, we select this container, hit duplicate, create new instance. Let's just go ahead and put this one right here. I'll move this one down below. Duplicate, duplicate, duplicate. So these obstacles go back and forth. Let's test it. Okay, and here we can see they're spinning at random. Some of them are the same. And lastly, let's go ahead and change this to a donut. Now we have the mechanics set up for this multiplayer game. I'm gonna go ahead and save this as a new project, and I'm gonna call it Donut. The first thing I like to do is set up the mechanic, and then I like to polish the game to make it look right. I'm gonna go spend a couple hours with the colors, creating containers. If you wanna check out this game or any of the other games I talked about, links down below. Until next time, I'm HypeC, stay safe out there, and peace. I made this game called Golden Glove, all using no code on my iPhone 14 and my iPad. I'm HypeC, I play games, make games everywhere, and I'm going to go through the 4 basic steps I use every time I make a game. And if you wait until the end of this video, I'll show you how you can make any game with the push of a button. The great thing about using a phone and an iPad is jumping in between devices is easy. Android, iOS, Windows, Mac, and any web browser, even a Linux with a Chrome browser. Sounds too good to be true? Believe the hype. You can make animations, epic adventures, multiplayer, or a game where you play a goalie and use your thumbs to block incoming flying balls. Lots of flying balls, so you gotta be quick. This app is still in beta. Anyone can sign up early access on their website with an email, and they will send you a download link in a couple of days. The first step to any journey is the idea. Ideas come from the soul later. The idea for Golden Glove comes from the game I made previously called Shootout, where you try to shoot the ball into the goal while the goalies block the shot. Shootout was a lot of fun to make and got me thinking how much fun it is to score on a goalie. Kinda wondered, could it be fun to block balls as a goalie? Maybe I could make a game where you use your thumbs to be the hand, have a ball shoot towards you, and you need to block the ball, otherwise game over. As an idea, this sounded like it could be fun. Ideas are only a possibility of what might be. Not too long ago, there was an idea to remake a retro game with better aesthetics and gameplay. Like for example, Crossy Road by Hipster Whale, released in 2014. This game was originally inspired by Frogger by Konami, released in 1981, which was inspired by another game called Blockade, released in 1976. All games more or less are inspired by other games. Players must guide an animal across a series of roads and rivers while avoiding obstacles. An idea is like a spark or a seed. It has the potential for greatness, but after an idea, you need your next step, action. The most difficult thing is the decision to act. The rest is merely tenacity. Amelia Earhart. When it comes to making games, I have no idea where to start. What is important is that I start somewhere, anywhere, and with each step I get better and better. Game dev is like 3 steps forward, 1 step back. I try to focus and lose myself in the creation process. The success of getting a mechanic to work and the frustration of trying to figure out how to move forward when you're stuck on a problem. Enjoying the ups and downs is a lot easier with lots of documentation, YouTube tutorials, and a Discord channel with other creators who can help. Remember, be adaptable. In Golden Gloves, I spent many hours trying to get the glove to stay still, not fall on the ground. If I'm not able to figure something out, I can change my vision of what I want in the game based on what I can do. Adapt along the way. If going one way doesn't work, I go another way. Don't be in a hurry to finish. See the struggle as an opportunity to learn a new perspective. Take for example, Fortnite. This game has generated billions of dollars and has been downloaded over 500 million times. But this game was originally designed to be a cooperative survival game, and the game was meh. One day, Epic adapted and did a battle royale. The rest is history. The idea you have at the beginning may not be the same as the final product, and that's a beautiful thing. It's important to push through when developing. Getting stuck and confused can slow you down and maybe even cause you to quit. While having issues, I saw that Yop from the Discord community was doing a Q&A, and I finally asked him what his thoughts were on how to make the gloves stay still. I had spent hours trying to figure out the answers with no success, but the solution only took a couple of minutes. Yop, who has an in-depth knowledge of many moving aspects of nodes and how things work, explained that all the objects were made of physical materials, and you can manipulate these materials so that they don't move if the player is not touching the objects. I had played around with the physical materials, moving a bunch of different levels and knobs and thresholds. However, none of that yielded what I was looking for. Yop, however, knew exactly how to set up certain parameters to get the desired outcome. And now I know how to do that as well for this game and any future game. If I forget, I can always go back to this game, take a look at the materials, and refresh my memory. The third step in the process is playtest. Play is the highest form of research. Albert Einstein. Playtesting your game is fundamental and should be done as many times as needed and more. If you find yourself playing your game and you're not having fun, be sure to take notes on what you like and what you don't. Ask other people to play your game. Don't tell them anything and just watch where they have fun and where they get stuck. From this, you can figure out what needs to be done to improve their experience. After playing your game, people can leave comments, let you know what they like and didn't like. See what works, see what doesn't, make improvements. Every game goes through this playtest process as it's fundamental. Let's take for example Clash of Clans, a strategy game developed by Supercell, released in 2012, and one of the top grossing mobile games for years. However, the game almost didn't get made because the initial prototype was not well received by the testers. According to developers, the game's initial prototype was a complete mess with confusing gameplay, unbalanced mechanics. However, the developers were determined to make the game work, and they spent months iterating on the design and gameplay until they finally created a version that was fun and engaging for players. Final step is the simplest and most complicated. Rinse and repeat. Repetition is the father of learning, Little Wayne. Maybe you need to go back to your original idea and move things around, and maybe something could be added or taken away to help improve the gameplay. Have an idea, take action, play test, do these steps over and over again, your game will improve. If you're not sure, publish it, let other people play the game, and they will tell you what they like or don't like. There's no right or wrong way to make a game, so try many things and see what works, and you'll learn and improve. How to make a game with a touch of a button. In HypeHype, there's a really cool feature that allows anyone to remake or remix a game that has already been made. This essentially makes every game a template to learn and grow your game dev skills. The really complicated games have really complicated features and nodes that go here, there, and everywhere. But likewise, the simple games have simple mechanics that will help make you a better developer step by step. You can go into any game, see the mechanics, components, characters, and change them around along with the colors and overall aesthetics. Be careful not to break any of the mechanics or break everything and see what you can make. When you're the developer, you decide what challenges and obstacles you face. And if you're not sure where to start, check out one of my videos from the first game I made to the most recent. If you like this kind of content, be sure to like, subscribe, and hit that bell button to stay updated. I'm HypeHype. Stay safe out there, and peace.
Hey, Job here. Today we'll be doing something different. I bribe our devs with donuts and got some spicy new information about the upcoming features. So let's take a look what's coming to HypeHype. We'll be starting with the not very well kept secret, collab editing. Soon you'll be able to make games together with your friends. Simply invite your friends to the same session, and once they are spectating, you can promote them to participants. This feature is currently under testing and should be available soon. Next on the list is the level editor mode. Here is what our editor developer Marco has to say about that.
Level editor! We are preparing the implementation of level editor. When your hype is finished, you can prepare it for level editor mode. Level editor mode is just a restricted editor mode. You can decide the restrictions yourself. In level editor mode, it's harder to make mistakes when creating your levels. When other users remix your hype, which is in the level editor mode, they will have a much easier time making a new level for your game. If they publish the remix without exiting the level editor mode, HypeHype knows that the hype is purely a new level and not a totally different game. If you have a game that has multiple levels in a playlist, at the end of the playlist, HypeHype can suggest more levels to play. Psst, related rumor leak. There will probably be a way to share assets between all the levels. When you update your player character asset, all levels with that asset can be automatically updated. It's like magic.
Level editor mode is going to be an awesome tool for you and others to create more levels for your games, but there's still a long way to go before this feature is ready. Same can't be said about the next feature. Cinematic tools. We are finally getting cinematic tools. Inon has been working on timeline tools that will allow you to easily create animations and cutscenes. I'll let him tell you more about what cinematic tools are and how they will work in the future. Okay, now tell me about the cinematic tools and you'll get a donut.
Oh, sweet, nice.
Yeah, it is.
All right, so cinematic tools are, well, it's a component and a menu option in HypeHype that you can use to create cinematic effects and camera transitions. So there are two things. First, tracks. And the second one is a timeline component. You create tracks as much as you want, and inside these tracks you can have different properties such as a number or an event property or a transform for camera and object manipulation. And then you use the timeline tool, the timeline component to manipulate these tracks, like execute and play them. So for example, you can go create a camera property and put your editor camera in different places in your Hype. And then you can just play this. It's going to move your editor camera around. So with this cinematic tools, you can create cutscenes or transitions or dialogues, like anything you can imagine. So yeah, this is overall the cinematic tools, and it's going to be really good. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, no problem. What about you, Donald?
First version of this feature should be available soon, so prepare yourself. And also prepare yourself for the next one, which is function container and function node. Define inputs and outputs and create reusable custom logic with function container. Created functions can be called using the function node. This makes using the same logic in multiple places easier than ever before. This feature will be available in the next update, which might actually be already out. Finally, pants. I mean mesh deforming. Our editor wizards are working on a tool that will allow you to give clothing to your character, no matter how big or small the character is. I heard rumors that this feature would be available around summer, but we'll see. It might take a bit longer, or it might come out earlier. What do I know? I'm just a community manager. And that's it. What do you think about these new features? Let us know in the comments. And while you are there, let us know about any other features you would like to see in HypeHype. Thanks for watching, I hope you enjoyed this video. Don't forget to subscribe for more HypeHype content and join our Discord where you can find other creators and join our community challenges.
Hey guys, I am Sarah and I'm a community manager here at HypeHype. For anyone new here, HypeHype is an app where you can play and create games on your own phone, no coding required. You can post any games you've made and also scroll and play through the games that other creators have made. So whether you're a gamer, a game creator, or simply just curious, HypeHype is a great app for you to try out. Here at HypeHype, we hold this company-wide event called Hype Week, where we pair up into teams and spend 3 days making our own hypes. This gives us devs all of a chance to work with each other and explore the editor more, note down any issues we come across, and also just have some fun with our coworkers and have some fun creating games on our app. We have 40 devs in-house, meaning that by pairing up, we were able to make 20 games in just 3 days. Before I show you the games that we came up with, let's have a look at what happened during Hype Week. On day 1, we first pitched ideas to each other and found pairs to work with. Our theme for this Hype Week was casual and relaxing games, although of course I heard some devs discussing some hardcore shooters right away. Personally, I am still very new to HypeHype, so I teamed up with my coworker and HypeHype expert Yop. Yop is very good with game logic, so our teamwork went really well with me providing the idea for the game and then leaving him to make all of the game logic and gameplay features. Day 2 consisted mostly of teams figuring out how to make their game work and starting to build the base of their games. We gave each other our games to playtest and to see what feedback other teams had that could help us improve our games. For Paint Scene, I drew up some mood boards for what kind of world we wanted to create and started playing around with some of the game assets and looking through all of the options of what I could make. Luckily, we have thousands, I think almost 10,000 different assets in-game, so my struggle was mostly narrowing the ideas down of what I wanted to make. Meanwhile, Yop made the game logic and we ran many playtests of the features to make them look, feel, and work smoothly. The final day was spent adding finishing touches to game designs and levels. We started off by making an alien planet with some cool mushrooms, UFOs, and of course axolotls, because what else would you find on alien planets? And then we decided to also make 2 more scenes by remixing our game. Our second scene was a cute farm with a bunch of animals.
Transition. And we are back. What is happening, Hypesters? I'm back with Haamu to talk about polishing games. Thank you for holding on while we went on a nice little lunch break. Had some pizza. It was good. How you doing today, Haamu?
Yo. It's good to be back. Haven't been streaming with Jogan for such a long time. I hope our internet fam is doing well. You know me, Haamu, game artist. I love to make games. I love to enjoy some memes. And we are here to talk about polishing tips for the Sunday of Global Game Jam.
It is.
We are officially 3 hours out from the deadline for Global Game Jam. So
now is a great time to talk about finishing your games. And Haamu has put together a nice little presentation here about polishing tips and game polishing in general. So we're going to have a little discussion about that, get some insights from a very smart, talented individual.
Okay, let's stop with these kind of things. We are both starting to get used to HypeHype. We like to think of us as pros, but if we face the facts, it's the community that is the star of HypeHype. So
true, definitely.
Let's jump right into it. So, polishing. What is polishing? What does it mean to you, Shogun?
So when I think about polishing, when I'm building games, I get really caught up in kind of the big stuff. So like I want my gameplay to feel good. I want like a nice interesting level for whatever my challenge is. I want it to be interesting. I don't want the player to kind of be bored. It's a bad way to put it, but it comes from my time working on kind of like racing type games where I did a lot of level design, and like one of the constant things was always give the player something to do. Like never have a section of your track or your race where they're just holding the button, the gas button, and going in a straight line. Like
It's boring.
It's boring.
I'm sure it's easy to get to that point where you have a massive world that you're building and you're excited to show all these little points of interest, but what's between them can get really boring easily.
Yeah.
So I spent a lot of time focusing on
level design and gameplay,
and then
once I start to get those into like a nice where they start to feel good, start to look good, I like how it's coming out.
I get a little impatient,
and there's a lot of aspects of creating a game that I might overlook or not do as good of a job on. So that's really kind of the first thing I think of with polishing is like, have I thought really about the sound design in here? Is there sound effects for everything that should have sound effects? All those little details. Could I add some animations here and there to like make the world feel a little more alive? Maybe some device-specific stuff like adding haptics to like certain events, stuff like that. It's a lot of things that I often can overlook if I'm getting a little too eager to release something.
That's not a fault of yours. Like, I think we've all been there. Me personally, I tend to forget so much of these things. But hey, this thing we have here, I think it's a good reminder for me, you, and everybody on the stream watching. What polishing is all about. So for me, like you said, like this gameplay to feel nice is like very important factor. For me, like when I'm thinking about polishing, I'm thinking maybe like visuals. Like I'm as a aspiring artist myself, I like to think about like colors and like asset styles and these kind of aspects that how players see the game. Maybe world building, maybe
little elements of visual effects and colors. And how to just bring up your game's emotion and the personality that you want to convey to the players just a little bit. So that's like where I tend to go to. But definitely, there's a lot to learn.
Yeah, and a lot to look at. And just a quick note there. Thank you, Olka, for the heads up there. There was a little audio issue going on, and hopefully it's fixed now.
Thanks, chat.
Indeed.
Right on. So, yeah, I just wanted to point out one more thing is, for me personally, and I know a lot of you guys as well in the chat, polishing can take up to like 50 to 80% of the development time.
Definitely. Definitely.
You wouldn't expect that such a thing from making games. Like 80%, that's like I spent 2 hours coding, like making the gameplay actually work, and 8 hours or however much that is, like just building the polished level up to my standard that I want. Then I'm satisfied with publishing my hype out there to the world.
Right. I think that's kind of what I was talking about with the getting impatient. Is like it can take so long, but it adds so much. Even sometimes it doesn't necessarily feel like it's adding so much, but for the end player, like all those little things, they add up to a more robust experience.
You're so on point. Have you seen Potatoes or All Cost Games? Damn. I'm learning a lot from the community, actually. Like, I look at the games made by HypeHype, PT Jones, and I'm taking a look at also, like, games from Nintendo. Like, I love to look at my favorite games like Zelda and some of the Mario games, how they actually, like, have put so much effort and time focused to making the polish level something that is, like, bringing the personality of the game really out there. So I was thinking of splitting this polishing topic into 3 parts, consisting of visuals, gameplay, and lastly, for the more advanced users out there, the logic part of polishing. Because if you face it, logic can also be polished.
Indeed.
Let's jump right into
a whole other can of beans.
Yeah, well, the worms are waiting for us. So stay tuned. Stay tuned for that. Let's jump right into the visual side.
Let's look at visuals.
So, first thing comes to mind from visuals for me is like looking at the game. How coherent is the overall look of your world that you're building? From all the way to from the character, which is the focal point for many games of mine, all the way to the environment, collectibles, and maybe even the all these little details that are flying around. Do you have birds in there? Maybe if you're in a hellscape, you have burning lava. all these sounds that are coming from that and particle effects. It includes a lot of things. But keeping it consistent, I think immersive environment is one key element that you wanna focus on when polishing in visuals. Even in non-playable areas, I think it's good if your player is able to explore around, but what's behind those boundaries that you set is also part of the immersive experience.
Yeah, I remember. I think you have to. You definitely want to pay attention to that, but you also kind of have to be mindful of like, is anybody going to ever see that?
True.
Because I've definitely been in situations where I've been building out a level and I have this nice little detailed area that I'm like really happy with, and then I play the level and I'm like, nobody's ever going to see this.
Well, for me, even if one player gets to see it, maybe drops a comment about it, that's worthy for me. Unless it takes like 30 hours to make, then maybe there's a little balance to be made. But
yeah, definitely.
I guess that kind of stuff goes to the Easter egg kind of
Sure.
aspect of games.
Yeah, the Easter eggs are real fun. I love building Easter eggs.
So why not? If you have time and you have the energy, motivation, and you want to add a little personal touch, Easter eggs can be considered as polishing. Other than these kind of like world building things, I personally like to look at color theories and colors. Like I brought a little experiment on here on the slide. If you can see, there is my Cappy planet, a hype of mine that I made from the planet remix hype train kind of a thing. So I wanted it to inherit the idea of capybara because that's my favorite animal. Let's face it, capybaras are awesome. But I wasn't sure where to like go with that, other than having a capybara there. So looking at the picture on the left, I was pretty satisfied first. Like, okay, so I have this little cute planet with some round trees and this pink globe. But it kind of looked something was missing. So I was thinking about consistent colors. Like I went to Adobe Color as an example, and I chose one color and a couple of colors around that. So I went with pink as the planet color, and next to the pink I can see that there is red and there is orange, and these kind of like same kind of colors that very nicely match together. And I just started like adding those to my scene, and quickly I started to get this idea that okay, now my game kind of has this aesthetic personality to it. So I really liked that, and I kept going, and that's how I like kind of found my way of polishing this specific hype, like focusing on maybe limiting myself to just a couple of colors as a choice. Kind of like what I did with my Skyline. I don't know if people know, but the Skyline is this blue skyscape parkour game,
right?
Where everything is just blue.
Yeah.
But it stands out.
Yeah, no, I love the way that you work with colors. I find colors really difficult to work with, and so I'm jealous of your eye for color.
My eye for color, thank you. It's humbled, but I'm gonna have to give the thanks and the praise to the Adobe Color website. That's carrying my bag, little big shoulders and all. Right on. Well, the colors aren't the only thing that actually like finished this game from the visual side. I added these clouds as a little immersive element to the whole planet area. I added some water effects and some kind of steam from the capybara spa that's having up top, and a little bit smooth animations and into the mix as well. In general, like when you think about polishing visuals, it can go from asset styles. As an example, you can have like a sharp edges in all of your assets consistently, and that kind of like makes the visual style already look coherent. If you have rounded levels, rounded edges in your shapes, if you are organic feel in your game, it's good to keep it consistent. In the polishing stage, if you have ideas of like trying to convey some kind of like emotion, maybe like roundedness can keep some kind of cutesy, comfy emotions, but jagged edges or 45 degrees edges, that can go towards the more of like a futuristic sci-fi look. So I think it's important to keep most of the things coherent in the same game. And what comes to that kind of like extra bit of details that adds immersion. I would like to think about visual and sound effects, like you described what you had been working on. So everything from simple dust trails when you run and jump, all the way to something like sun rays in a forest, or maybe rain effects in a forest, added with all the necessary sound effects, some rain sound and all of that kind of jazz. Yeah.
Sorry, I was just setting up a scene here so I could show people your capybara in full screen.
Really? Okay, nice. I like to also think about this little, okay, it's a minuscule detail, but smooth animations coming from all the character animations and visuals, but also things like UI, user interface, especially if you use the user interface node. You can do some really cool animations with there. Like if you have a chat bubbles, you can fade them in, pop them out. A lot of these kind of little details that can really like finish up the whole feel of the UI of the game. Right on.
Cool.
I'm gonna show a little bit about color theory. That is personally my cup of tea.
All right.
So here is a game, Altos Odyssey, as an example. It's very, very beautiful game, but they made a limiting choice of just choosing one color from the color wheel and only using shades of that. So everything is just one color. You have darker purple, lighter purple, a little bit mid purple, and all of that, and just the result is like strikingly unique.
Yeah, that looks real nice.
As a challenge for everybody in the chat, I have making the next game, thinking about polishing. Take a look at other color. Choose some colors there that fit your game and limit yourself and give it a shot. I think the result is can be pretty nice. Especially it's a smaller game, all this like more contained game. Larger games, it's more difficult to handle. But smaller games, it's a nice try to challenge yourself.
Yeah, and it looks nice.
Let's jump into gameplay polishing.
All right.
For me, it's easy to forget a lot of these kind of parts, but gameplay polishing goes maybe even further than the visual polishing side of things. Like, okay, visuals can sell you the game. When you're swapping in the feed, you see a nice looking game, right? That's visuals. When you jump right into it, start gaming, then we go to the polishing gameplay kind of a thing. And here, maybe most importantly, if you take anything out of this polishing gameplay part, is that your game should feel nice, feel good to play. That I think that's like something that you already mentioned. It's super important.
Right.
So from the start all the way to the finish, it's satisfying.
Indeed. I love these difficulty curves you have here on this.
Right. I think that goes kind of hand in hand with the gameplay polish, is that when you have a game that can be played from start to finish and you start like packing things up, it's good to like gameplay. It's good to test your gameplay. Give it out to some people or yourself. It's sometimes it's difficult for yourself to see the challenges that the game might have, but other people like just hand it out there, give it a link, share to your friend, your family, your enemies, and like ask them what was the hard part, or look at them gaming your playing your game.
Yeah, this is the first thing that I kind of learned when I started really getting into like level design and building games, is that when you're building something, you're spending a lot of time with it, and hopefully if you're doing it right, you're testing it very frequently. And naturally, you're going to get pretty good at it, and it doesn't take very long before you become a very bad judge of how difficult your game is.
Right.
So you definitely want to put it in the hands of other people and watch them play it, and you'll be surprised at like how much trouble people might have where you didn't see any trouble at all because you just know how to play the game.
Yeah, exactly. It's easy to accidentally involve these. They call this like difficulty spikes. It's really easy to accidentally like put this in your game, and you don't see them if you get used to playing so many times over and over and over.
Right.
But if you look at like your friends gaming, and you see, you kind of like start to understand how easy it is to play. Like maybe good way to start is to keep it easy and ramp the difficulty up all the way towards the end, where the climax can be. You can of course make it so that you're giving a challenge, you're rewarding all the time, making it a little bit easier, these kind of curves, but it's usually a good idea to start low and end up high. But if in this midway you have accident like some boss battle that nobody can finish without dying a couple of times, maybe if that is turning people down from playing your game to the end, maybe it can be adjusted to be a little bit easier. So balancing this kind of difficulty curve, I think, can take a lot of time, can get a little bit social, but hey, it's so easy to just share your hype and let all the users play it. And now with the replay feature that we have, the game clips, those can, when those are out there for everybody, those can actually be used for you to see how other people
Yeah, that's
play.
like free playtesting on your game.
Right, right. And I cannot stress it enough. Like playtesting in the gaming industry, or game making industry, is like difficult to get to. Like it costs a lot of money, it takes a lot of time, and it's a lot of hassle to like get people to actually play this your game and give feedback or see how they're playing. So we at HypeHype wanted to make this such an easy feature that you can just see. Is it now available in the leaderboard? Maybe if you have a game with a leaderboard in it, you can see all of the. You can see a list of all the game clips and just watch watch them like replay the game and see where they are touching, where they are having challenges.
Right.
Maybe adjust the game based on a couple of those.
Yeah, and make sure you don't just watch the top of the leaderboards. Go down a little bit. Watch some people in the middle.
Sniper is definitely going to be the one that doesn't have much challenges with your hardest hypes. But
Right.
yeah, definitely looking at the bottom as well is a really good idea.
We got a question here from PT Jones. During game jams, how can we maximize the gameplay polishing phase? With such limited time and working independently, it can become quite hard to find people to play test your game. And yes, that is definitely true in this type of situation. I would say it's almost a guaranteed in a 48-hour game jam that you are not going to test your game enough.
Yeah, yeah. Polishing can take so much time. Like said, already we are like talking about two completely different topics about like visual game and gameplay polishing.
Right.
Both of those are like massive things to actually.
Yeah.
Get
And we still
into.
have a third topic we're going to come to here in a moment.
Yeah, talk about that. But hey, a game jam is maybe like the mindset of the game jam is not to make a perfect game, but
Right.
to get something out there according to the theme and join the community of all the game makers out there. If you are fine and satisfied with your game, maybe afterwards you can bring the polish into it if you still have the energy and motivation. But maybe that's also a little bit of the fun of it. Like you can just experiment really quickly, limit yourself with how much you can do. Like, okay, this goes a little bit more towards like advanced user stuff. So you kind of have to have experience to understand how much time will this kind of visual style, this kind of idea or thematic or this kind of gameplay course, maybe if you have a parkour level and it's a very long one, how much time actually is going to take to make this whole course into something that you can easily keep track of if this is easy or if this is difficult in these parts. But I would love to test your games before the game jam ends. So if you can drop into the Discord server or somewhere in HypeHype, you can just send me an invite to your hype, and I'll gladly play this your hypes and give you some feedback.
Yeah, definitely. I think that's a big advantage we have is the Discord. There's definitely people there that'll probably help you out with a little bit of play testing. But yeah, I would overall. I have the same kind of idea about this, particularly this style of game jam, short 2-day jam. Essentially, it's not about making an amazing game. It's about the collaboration, learning together, having fun, and really, if you have something at the end that is playable, I think you've succeeded in the game jam.
Yeah, that's a big W right there. Personally, I'm not gonna be able to polish my gameplay at all.
No, me neither. Mine is. I talked about this a little bit on Friday. Mine is what we call in the industry an MVP. It is the minimum viable product.
That's the way to go in these kind of things.
It has the basic gameplay will be there, and it's not going to look great. It probably could play a little bit better, and I'll continue to work on it after the game jam's over.
I do the complete opposite way of working and focused completely on the visuals. And now I can move my player, attack a boss. That's about it. But it looks nice.
Nice. There's also another good argument for working in teams.
Right. So if we were to ever collaborate on a game jam, I think we could end up with an actual product with all these aspects in mind. Someday that's gonna be easy with HypeHype.
Definitely.
Yeah, can't wait.
But yeah, particularly with HypeHype, so many people working by themselves. Don't get stressed out if your game's not like super well polished.
Yeah, right on. If you take something out of this thing that we are having here as a panel, I would like to suggest trying to focus on making the gameplay just feel good and not that punishing for especially newcomers that are trying the game. So it usually, if you are satisfied with your challenging gameplay, bringing it down just one level can be enough to make it something that's more accessible for less like pro gamers.
Right.
But yeah, it's a difficult topic. So little time, so much to do.
For sure, definitely. And PT says, thanks to both of us for the input.
Right on. Thanks, chat.
And Hypesy says he's working feverishly. We have 2 hours, right? You have got like 2.5 hours, Hypesy. Come on. Extra 30 minutes in there.
Yeah. Keep it up. You can do it.
Indeed.
Can't wait to see what you guys have been working on, chat. Okay.
Right. I think there was one, we kind of got sidetracked there a little bit, but when we were talking about difficulty curves and in particular difficulty spikes, I think you kind of touched on it a little bit, but if you have a big difficulty spike in your game, it becomes significantly more likely that players are just going to stop.
Yeah.
They're not going to try and finish your game. They're going to try it a couple of times and be like, this is easy, and then all of a sudden it's like impossible. Next swipe.
That's the hard part of HypeHype. It's kind of unforgiving as a platform, because if you fail at this and your players drop out, like they can just swipe so quickly away. So getting them invested into the game from early on with easy stuff, easy controls, easy to pick up, give them rewards, like give them small challenges and always reward them. You don't need to as a game maker myself, I don't want to give freebies away all the time. But maybe I should actually sometimes do that. Maybe some different kind of freebies. There's score, health, or the collectibles, like Mario games do a lot of these like little things that you can collect. And giving those, even if they don't have that much significant impact, it's fun to get and collect things. So even from like small challenges, it's nice to like direct the player to do the right thing and get attracted to, hey, okay, so if I finish this jump or if I defeat this boss right here, there is this big pile of gold or candy or whatever waiting for me. Maybe a friend waving it there, trapped in a prison.
That's another thing. I don't want to go too off on like kind of specific advice, but one thing I really like to do in my games, I try and do it, particularly if I have something that's a little more open, like I have a 3D world, people can move around. I want as quickly as possible for the player to see what their end goal is. So like I've actually done this a couple of times in HypeHype. So the position where you start, straight ahead of you, you can see the finish, but you can't get to it. You got to go explore the level, find your way around, maybe unlock some paths, and then you can get there. But right away, you know what it is that you're supposed to do.
I think you're really good at putting that out there, because that has such a big impact on the like psychological level of thinking. Like you have a goal, you already learn it, So now it's just a question of like, how do I get there? It's like Breath of the Wild. If chat has ever played like these Zelda games, the Breath of the Wild, when you get out of the first cave, you see the end goal right there. But oh boy, is it a long way.
You got a whole game in front of it.
Although you can already go,
yeah.
That's a whole different topic for another day. But this kind of like mindset of how designing games on the psychological level of like introducing the goal already,
right,
when the game begins, or just a couple of seconds after that, it can have a significant impact. I should try to incorporate this into my game.
I think even if it's not the end goal, like having those carrots there, always having something there that the player's like, oh, I need to do that. I need to go over there. Maybe there's not even anything interesting there or like anything worthwhile there. It just looks like a cool place. Player's like, I want to go over there.
Right, it's a point of interest.
Right.
I do hate myself when I get lost in a game. I'm blaming myself like, I'm such a bad player. I got lost. I don't know what to do. There's no clear goal objective for me to go to, especially in adventure games.
Right.
Like, I tend to get lost a lot because I like to explore all the nook and the crannies out there. But yeah, like having that goal in mind already, like, can get me right back to the track. Really.
Yeah, exactly. Because it can be definitely really frustrating in those types of games where you end up somewhere and you're just like, I don't know where I'm supposed to go. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. And you're just like running around aimlessly for a while.
It's okay if your game jam game has a little bit of exploration.
For sure.
That can be a lot of work to get to, but just keeping it in mind for future games and designing levels. That's a nice touch.
PT's saying here, also, I think working on a multiplayer project during a short game jam might not have been the best of ideas.
Okay, so you're a person that likes to challenge themselves, right? Multiplayer games, they can be epic, and they can be epically difficult, especially because the tech is still new, even for us. And
yeah,
it's evolving. But hey, best of luck to you. You can do it.
Indeed. We have faith in you, PT.
It's okay if it's a little buggy or if it doesn't have that much control. I think in general, like multiplayer games, talking about HypeHype multiplayer games, just having the option of getting your friend to come over to your game, even if that doesn't have a clear goal, you can just like have fun, goof around, explore together, however it is, chat maybe a little bit, draw some emotes. Like that's already like fun for me. So it does add a little bit of boost of like fun and satisfaction to your game if you're able to have this aspect already in there. Multiplayers do bring that nice social aspect of it.
Right. And of course, we do aim to make it as easy as possible. But like you said, the tools are still new. I didn't try and make a I even on my regular projects, I've only done a couple of multiplayer. I haven't released any yet because it's pretty difficult to work with and to do all the things that you might want to do. It might not even be possible yet because the state the tools are in at the moment.
Right. Yeah, that's so true. It is really good that people are trying to make multiplayer games. We are learning a lot. We are looking at all of the games that are published as multiplayer games, and we are looking at those. What are the issues? How can we make it easier, better, and just like more available for everybody to make great multiplayer games? This is maybe one reason why I went ahead and published a super simple template of a multiplayer game where it's like the Vibe Hub, but with everything they can add.
Right.
So it's just like 4 players can join in and
that's cool.
Start hanging out.
Yeah, I think the most complete, I haven't released it. It's in my unlisteds, but I did a remix of the Fall Boys.
Oh,
that's the only multiplayer game that I've actually finished, and I still didn't put it out. I don't know why I didn't release that, but we'll see.
Okay, can't wait to see that. Shogun Touch of Fall Boys. Nice. Yeah. We touched a little bit upon it, but going back to the gameplay polish, I think it's really good if you can keep rules and the mechanics on top of the objectives and all of these gameplay feel and controls that we talked about. Rules and mechanics of the game is something that it's really difficult to sometimes realize that, oh, damn, your game's rules changed. Suddenly, some games do these tricks of changing. Okay, so now you have this kind of different rule that now you're trying to apply to your game. Sometimes hypes can be kind of like messy in that regard. So enemies work this way, and suddenly enemies work that way. And now as a player, you get confused sometimes. And giving that consistent so that enemies of this kind are the same. Now, if your zombie suddenly is able to do completely different mechanics to your player and challenge them in a way that they didn't expect, that maybe you'll want to change the zombie into something that represents that new rule somehow. And if you have new rules, it goes hand in hand with the difficulty curve, so that new rules are introduced progressively throughout the game. So Zelda games, I think, like to do this, that they have a new enemy type, like a really difficult enemy type as a boss. And when you complete the boss and you progress in the game, that kind of boss type becomes a normal enemy because you learned it and now you're able to master your gameplay around it. So now it's just like out there along with other enemies. But first it felt like a boss because it was new.
Right.
Progressively introducing new things.
Yeah. And I think that's the key, is when you are going to add some sort of change to the game rules or to how things are functioning, you want to introduce it somehow. You don't want to just drop it in, like you want to draw attention to it.
True.
And be like, this is a new enemy and it's going to do some new stuff, and now you need to learn it and so that you can fight it.
Hey, wow, that's epic. Like, look at this. Yeah.
And that could be, a nice little cinematic before you fight, like maybe just zoom in on the guy and it's like, bah, new enemy. And
yeah, I like that.
Or it could be, as simple as you said, it just looks different. It's the enemy you haven't seen before. So you know right away that it's going to be different.
It's just maybe the amount of polish your game needs. Like if it's constantly having cinematics to introduce new things, like a new coin, new pickup, new enemy all the time, like cinematics, maybe that gets a little bit overwhelming. So know your limits, know your game, know the personality of your game, and just like match these things to that. You'll get there. Just be one with the game. As cringe as it sounds, it's true.
Sure.
Should we talk about the logic a little bit? Polishing logic.
Let's talk about polishing logic.
Right. This doesn't sound like an important thing all that much. And for sure, often in programming, it isn't. If you are releasing a game, who cares if your code is not commented or your code is isn't being able to understand by anyone except you as a game studio or big games. Even AAA games are doing this so that they get the game out there, and maybe they don't need to care. But in HypeHype, it's a very unique thing that anyone can remix your game. So they can get a peek under the hood and see how it's all done there. And HypeHype is so unique in this regard that remixing is actually like super cool. It helps you a lot to build a fan base around your games. Like I have seen quite a lot of remixes from my hypes, and people are coming back to my profile because of that. And I get metrics, and I'll go and all of these kind of things towards that. So
I think it's also just worth mentioning here because of course our algorithm is like everything else still very much in development, but the remixing is like a positive signal, a very strong positive signal for your hype to get spread further into to more people, through the algorithm. So making your thing easy to remix, interesting enough that people want to remix, is definitely just as good as making it something that people want to play over and over again.
Yeah, exactly. Like if you take a look at the screenshots that I have somewhere around here, I don't know, I'm pointing into every direction because it can be there.
It's
so that here.
For me, it's this way. For you, it's that way.
Anyway, this is a screenshot of my early hype. It's a node spaghetti. Like, damn, I need some pasta with this. You cannot read anything of that hype, and that's how I did my first games.
What hype is that?
It's this thing called Bulleteer. I unlisted it because I was too ashamed of it, but it's a really old one of my first ones, Bulleteer. So I'm gonna like a bullet hell kind of a game. And looking at a different example here is one of a template that I made. I introduced a lot of notes in there. Most of the things are commented, so anyone that comes and reads the logic or just wants to build the level, you have all the kind of reusables, add-ons, and notes on how to work with this template, so that anyone of any skill level could get somewhere with the hype. They don't feel lost. And for me, my game is being remixed into some cool concepts, cool new levels, cool new gameplays, completely different games, and that's a really nice thing. Often it is difficult to think that this is an important thing to actually like spend time on, because it's just like inside the game, inside the editor. But it has its place. Maybe during Global Game Jam I wouldn't pay too much attention to this, because this goes to the remixing part of things. If you want to get your game out there, you can wait until you have released the game for this part and maybe think about it afterwards. But yeah, it is a little bit of an advanced user feature to be able to understand logic and make things into reusables. We have tons of tutorials and video how-tos, how you can actually make reusables and add these nodes. So if you want to get into this more, I think we have more about that in HypeHype Wiki, and we are constantly updating that. So take a look at those kind of features.
I was going to open up this template to show this to the. So this, you guys, I just showed the Bulletier spaghetti, and now this is the other one in the screenshot there, the Platformer 2.0. We can see here we have nice list of instructions, and the rest of the hype, super clean. Even when we turn logic mode on there, it only adds a little bit. We don't have nodes and lines going everywhere. So I think this is a great example of what you're talking about here.
Nice. I like to hear that, and I would like to see more of these introduced to my own games as well. Like, I'm gonna go update my old games to be more readable, remixable. That's nice. And I've seen a lot of community also start learning how to do this to their own hypes. It has produced a lot of nice, unique new hypes.
Yeah, actually, I want to give a shout out to Olka, who did the Christmas card template.
Oh, right.
And I was doing some notes like this, and I was really struggling with sometimes like where to place the notes, because sometimes depending on the camera angle of your hype, it might be really tight, and there's like nowhere to put those notes so that the player sees them as soon as they open it up. And Olka did this trick where he added basically a custom editor camera that's wider, so that when you go into the editor, you have this wide view and you can see all the notes. But when you play, it like immediately disables that camera and gives you the game camera. And I thought that was a really clever trick, and I'm going to go back on some of the templates that I put notes on and use it.
Man, that is genius. That is genius. Yeah, that helps a lot, because if you have these like really tight FOV, field of view games, and you want the editor experience to be actually nice, this can make the difference actually.
Indeed.
Logic polishing can also be something about performance. Any thoughts on that? Well, like, what do you think performance maybe can be polished in hypes?
I think it's definitely something you want to be conscious of. And it's kind of really difficult, especially if you're solo dev, you only have like one device, two devices that you can test on. So that's like one area where like getting some help, finding some other people to play your game, really important. And I guess for me, when I am running into performance issues, the first thing I'm looking at is dynamic physics.
Dynamic physics, yeah. Like my Skyliner game was more heavy than I thought, because I had so many dynamic physics things going on in there, like hundreds of objects already. Like you can push them, because I wanted that, but they were dynamic. So when you launch the game, you get an FPS spike right away, and that's not good. That's not healthy. Nobody likes FPS spikes. How I avoided this was enabling the start sleeping on those dynamic objects that you don't need to interact instantly with.
Right.
And boy, that boosted my performance of the Hype's optimization really, really nicely.
Right.
So just a recap. As a quick tip, go to your object's physical properties. If it's a dynamic object, you can enable start sleeping, right?
Yeah.
Something like that's called start sleeping.
Yeah.
So that only when you interact with the object, it becomes like actively dynamic. It wakes up from the sleep.
Right. So yeah, unless you need the object to move right away, in which case you don't want to do that.
Right.
But yeah, if the object is going to start static and then later be affected by something and move, you definitely want that start sleeping. And this is something we've kind of talked about a few different times because people ask about it, but I think it doesn't hurt to repeat it. Essentially, the way the physics work in HypeHype is if an object has dynamic physics, right, it can move around, it can do whatever it wants. But if it stops moving, it will go to sleep, at which point it essentially no longer has physical properties outside of like the collision model. And then when it comes into contact with something else, it could be a force, it could be another dynamic object, then it wakes back up and it can do all the dynamic physics again. So that's what we're talking about when we say start sleeping. And then you also have some sliders in there. You can adjust the sleep threshold. So like how quickly the object will go to sleep when it kind of stops moving. So those are two things that you can play around with.
Nice. It does go into more advanced things.
Definitely the start sleeping slider. I wouldn't mess with it too much unless you have like a really specific scenario where it seems like it might improve things.
Yeah. Indeed. But even for like, if your game starts to get out of hand with size, it has a lot of stuff. It's good to like take a look or two at the physical properties and see if you can improve with a little bit of things.
Right.
Especially if you cannot test on lower end devices, maybe some older Android devices especially, or these kind of, maybe even a web browser, it can play differently. And that goes hand in hand with testing your game even on the same device that you have, but first on portrait, then on landscape, and the gameplay might change so drastically that you want to keep an eye out that it's playable on any kind of resolution or aspect ratio.
Yeah, that's another kind of fun thing, somewhat unique to HypeHype, unless you're just a mobile game developer in general. But like when you're making a game on HypeHype, there's so many different devices, so many different screen sizes that your player could potentially have that you really got to think about that. Like I think a lot of people, myself included, often are just like, this is a portrait game. It looks good on my phone. It looks good on my iPad. It's good. But it might not be.
Been there, done that. Boy, do I have a lot of games that are not optimized for example, landscape. But I love to see it when people actually pay attention and make their UI of the game, like in looking Smash 3 template. The UI actually changes drastically when you go into landscape. And this is achieved with, I think, the node called device info. You can get is portrait, is landscape, is desktop outputs, and change your gameplay a little bit. Maybe the UI actually.
I think you can even get the actual screen dimensions through that device info.
Right. That's something that you might want to keep an eye out for. But yeah, these kind of things make your game more remixable in the long term, especially. Like playtesting, my games have a lot of bugs. Sometimes I don't see those bugs until I give my phone to Shogun or Job or all the friends out there. I swear I have friends, and I see that they're figuring out these kind of bugs or something, or things are frustrating, and like we discussed with the difficulty curve,
right, exactly.
It's really important that I nail out those pesky bugs so that the experience for all players out there feels good and it's nice.
Indeed.
It's a difficult topic when you think about like polishing bugs, but like in HypeHype, even with us as a dev team, we tend to focus on bugs maybe 70% of the time, like nailing out those little bugs on the platform. Same goes with any kind of devs, like the QA, quality assurance, as you will, can be kind of hefty, even in AAA games.
Right. Yeah, I feel for particularly AAA quality assurance people, testers, because you could have an army of testers, and you release a AAA game, it gets played by 1 million people on the first day. In like the first hour of your game being out, it's been played hours and hours and hours more time than your army of testers could have ever tried to play it.
Right. And we saw that with Cyberpunk and these kind of...
Right, there's all the time you see that. A big game comes out and all of a sudden they're finding lots of bugs they probably didn't know about, because even their like 100, 200 testers working 8 hours a day or more.
Yeah, and when you think about that as a like HypeHype dev, me, a little boy in some room, I'm looking at people commenting about their bugs, and I'm trying to sleep, but damn, those bugs need to be fixed so my players can be happy. And I do want that. It's difficult to find them yourself.
Yeah.
Especially because, like you said, you're kind of blinded to your own gameplay. So you
Definitely
play your game correctly.
You play it right because you know how it's supposed to be played. Exactly the same as the difficulty. Like, you become a very bad person to find the bugs in your own game.
You can become a very bad person. Shogun said that. So, like, you can study your own games by playing a lot. But, yeah, maybe you can also, like, I tend to play a lot of games and look at games in a different manner. But as a kid, I just used to enjoy games, like play from start to finish, enjoy the story. As a more experienced game developer or maker in HypeHype, I've started to look at games like that I play and collect notes on like, hey, this is a nice puzzle idea. Oh, this looks really nice. How could I make this into HypeHype? Kind of like a thing. So going out to the next slide that I have here is I recommend to the polishing part. This is something that you can passively do all the time when you play games. It's by study the games that you play. Maybe take notes. This game had really nice polish on the animation, visual effects, sound effects. Some games really nail their sound design, and I do learn from that. Personally, I like to overlap multiple sounds in HypeHype to make something completely new that nobody has ever done with sounds, for example. And Nintendo games are really good at polishing. Their Nintendo brand games have a high standard of polish that all of the games need to have, and it shows. That's why they are so high quality. But you can find really nice ideas, some elements to incorporate your game, or just like learn by playing.
Yeah, very good advice there. And I think that is a piece of advice that extends to sort of like any creative medium. Whether you're making music, you want to make movies, you want to write books, you want to draw comic books, like, you're going to learn so much just by actually paying attention to the media that you consume.
That's why I suppose like the best game developers are the passionate gamers themselves. Going same to the movie industry, it's the same right there.
Right.
I think. So, yeah. It's a hobby of sorts that just evolves into this kind of like creation format that you are building. Like it's much deeper than it looks.
Yeah, definitely. Okay, was that the last slide, if I remember correctly?
Yeah. I would like
open
to
it up
ask
to questions.
If chat has any questions or comments, or maybe some tips that they are looking for, or maybe brag about their new hypes that they're gonna be releasing. Drop down.
Indeed.
Drop down in the chat, please.
While we wait for the chat to see if they have any questions, there was a question from PT Jones in my last session that I did not know the answer to about performance polishing.
Right.
So he wanted to know if destroying a lot of objects at the same time would be a performance issue.
Well, definitely it has an impact. Destroying something can include more than just the one object need to be destroyed. They can have lots of logic that is active at that time. They can have a lot of physics glued to them. Like you have like some kind of slime with some horns, weapons. I don't know. All of these are physical. They have their own properties in the world. Collisions, all the things that are triggering at every frame. So destroying a lot of these things instantly at the same time can be heavy, just like spawning things instantly can be. But I'm not sure if there is like completely a perfect solution that you can, as a creator, do anything about that, especially the destroying part. I think it tends to go to platform issues, but what I like to do is if I'm destroying something, maybe sometimes if it's heavy thing causing heavy issues, I hide them and destroy them little by little. But I first like remove them from the game by hiding them, disable their logic, make them invisible, and later destroy them actually. So that if there is a problem like an FPS spike or some kind of issues that you are having with destroying hundreds of objects at the same time, you can kind of like buffer it, even going one step forward, which might not be the best idea. But I have seen some people also add those into a destroying list. So you have a list of buffering things, and like let's say every 1 millisecond or 10 milliseconds, you go through the list and destroy one by one progressively. Every time that like the kind of trash bin list is filled.
Right.
I mean that's something that I've seen being done and might work, but it's more like a thing that we want to polish for the editor side of things, so that you creators shouldn't need to worry about these kind of performance issues too much. We want to make the experience for game creators as easy and effortless, especially in these kind of hidden, how to understand the principles of how these logic, execution orders, and frames are working with. So
right.
I hope you are able to like figure something out, and if not, just hit me up on Discord and we can discuss. Maybe I can ask some devs if they have any pro tips.
That would be cool. Yeah, I think some big brain performance tips I think always appreciated, especially by the creators that really kind of try and push the editor.
Yeah, and I think our chat is filled with those kind of people, like epic creators.
Definitely.
Yeah. Right. Any more questions?
I am not seeing any more questions about this topic, and we've actually kind of gone over the planned duration here, about 10 minutes. So I think we're probably going to wrap it up here, unless somebody asks a question while I am talking right now. So the next official session is going to be in an hour and a half, and that is the official countdown, the last half an hour of the Game Jam. But I think that I am going to come here and just do a little bit of live editing while I work on my own game, so we can hang out and chat about creating games and finish our games together. But for right now, we are going to take a little bit of a break. So thank you, everybody, for coming and checking out this session. Thank you for the questions, those of you that gave some questions. And good luck polishing and finishing your games. And just remember, like we said, this is a short game jam. Don't stress about it too much. If it's not a perfectly polished game, it's no problem at all.
Yeah, indeed, definitely. Just stay motivated, drink water, and you'll get it out there.
There you go.
I want to play your games. So
solid words of advice.
So share them, and let's see how it goes. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in.
Indeed. Thank you. We'll see you in the next session.
Through the HypeHype editor, so be sure to check those out. Until next time, I'm HypeC. Stay safe out there, and peace. What's up? I'm HypeC. I play games, make games everywhere, and today we're going to be doing some tutorials in HypeHype. Making games on your phone has never been so easy. Doing these tutorials is a great way to build a strong foundation when making games. Let's open up the app, hit the Create tab. Before we jump in, these two fingers and thumb are what I like to use when navigating around the world. Physically, physics and objects. Welcome to the Hype Editor. In this tutorial, you'll learn about changing the physics of items. Ping is starving. I'm Ping. Help Ping reach the hot dog and soda. Tap the hot dog to continue. Why can't Ping just run up the beams? Let's play in test mode. When it comes to objects, you have unmovable objects, dynamic objects, and objects with no physics. All these have an effect of how they interact with the world that they're in. Playtesting your game is something you're going to be wanting to do over and over again. I playtest non-stop to find little mistakes that I've made to make sure everything works smoothly, and it's a great way to find out if the game that you're making is fun. If you find yourself playtesting a lot and you're not enjoying your game, then that's a good hint to try to make adjustments so that when you playtest, you're also enjoying the development process. Tap here to start, run into different objects in the scene. Tip, return by tapping back. And the back button is up here on the left. That'll take you back. Okay, so we got the D-pad that controls the player around. Looks like the camera stays still and our Ping dude can jump. These wooden crates, these are dynamic objects as they move around in the world when they come into contact with Ping. And we got some cones. These are also dynamic objects. We got the wheelbarrow. Move that over here. Okay, this beam over here looks to be an unmovable kinematic object. Oh, what's this over here? We got a forklift. That's cool. And if we wanted to, we could run away. Now let's bring him back. We got your jump. Okay, so let's go get that hot dog. I am kind of hungry. Whoa, I can't. Looks like this is an object that has no physics. We can see the object. The object has shadow, but because it has no physics, our character can run straight through it. And it looks like here the character can also run through this object. And I'm not sure about the metal beam because we're not tall enough, but we can grab this box, move it over here as this is a dynamic object that has physics. Let's see if we can jump on top of this box. And we can see that that metal beam also has no physics. So let's hit the back button and do some editing. You can run through some items and push others around. Some items are unmovable. You need to make beams solid so Ping can run on them. Tap on the beam. The physics setting of the beam is no physics. And to change that, all we need to do is tap where it says no physics and select unmovable object. We can also select dynamic object, but for this example, we want unmovable object. Make the second beam a bit more shaky. Okay, so let's select this beam, tap the open physics option. This will be dynamic. Tap on the things on the beam to give them physical properties too. This we want to be dynamic, and this object we want to be dynamic. Dynamic means that it can move and interact with the world that it's in, opposed to an unmovable object that exists in the world, like a wall, will stay put. Did it work? Playtest to find out. Looks like those dynamic objects move, but the entire beam fell down. So this object is dynamic, but we want it to stay still. So we need to make this object here an unmovable object. I am curious to see if I can get the hot dog there. Nope. Okay, let's hit that. That second beam turned out to be too shaky. You must make the beam below unmovable. Tap the beam to continue. Okay, so here, those definitions here, we can see no physics, decoration, which doesn't collide or move. Unmovable object collides with other objects but doesn't move. That's what we want. Why didn't this beam fall? Tap to find out. The setting of the slope is set to unmovable. Unmovable objects can't be moved by anything, not gravity, not the player, not another object running into it. All right, let's test it again. We got those pipes moving down, and here we can see, whoa, got it. Very cool. Gotta be quick. Unmovable objects stay in place no matter what. This is a nice little example showing you some objects that look to be floating in the air, and that's because they're unmovable objects. If you want objects to move, make them dynamic with unmovable objects. This is a great game somebody made that has multiple dynamic objects, and you can see how they move when colliding with each other. No physics setting is useful for objects that can be passed through. And this is an example of a bird flying through a cloud, or if you have a building going through a cloud, you want those cloud-like objects to be set to no physics. Good job, you're finished with this tutorial. You'll learn about material and physics nodes in the upcoming tutorial. That was a good run through of basic objects, objects with no physics, unmovable objects with physics, and dynamic objects which have physics but can move and interact within the world. If you like this kind of walkthrough, don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit that bell for more notifications as I make and play games in HypeHype. Until next time, I'm HypeC. Stay safe out there and peace. What's up? I'm HypeC. I play games, make games everywhere, and we're back doing more tutorials to get better at making games on our phone. Let's open up HypeHype. Go to Create, Cross Gaps. Here we go. Let's cross some gaps using pre-mades. The builder panel has some items already. So let's select it and you'll find more in assets. Here we got a bunch of pre-made objects, finish flag, super fragile, teleport end, teleport start. Ooh, that's cool. Health pickup, spinning platform, and you'll find more assets here. Add a fragile block to the scene from assets. Move the block to gap 1, turn the view to see better. Okay, let's do this. I like to use 2 fingers when moving around and rotating, and then these 2 to zoom in and zoom out. Moving around a 3D world is a lot of fun. So we're gonna move on the Z-axis. You can see the blue line. The X-axis has a red line, and then the Y-axis has a green line. So let's move this right about here. You can move by pressing on the little arrows or on the move icon like so. I tend to do all of the above. It just depends on my angle and where I'm looking at the object. Move the block to gap 1, turn the view to see better. Let's play test right away. Try to cross gap 1. Okay, looks like there's a fire. And we are falling to the fire. Let's hit back, tap the block, open the properties of the block, delay 1 second. Delay defines how fast the block is destroyed in seconds. Shorten the delay, set it to 0.2 for example. Once you've changed the delay of 1 instance of the fragile block, you'll learn more about editing pre-mades and their instances in the next tutorial. Okay, add a ladder to the gap so the player can get out if it falls. Add a ladder to the scene from the assets. Look at the properties of the ladder. Climb speed 7. You can change the climb speed of the ladder later. Move the ladder to the side of the platform. Turn the view to see better. Okay, let's take our 2 fingers and thumb, zoom in, move it around a little bit. Sometimes I just rotate all over just to be sure everything looks proper. Okay, cool. Think that looks good. Let's go. Move the fragile block 2 if needed. The ladder and the fragile block were added to the builder panel. You can add more of them by dragging from the panel. Play test and try to get over to gap 2. Okay, let's go here. Oh, and that falls, so let's go. And here we go. We made it, gap 2. This way. And I'm gonna get some speed and let's go. Oh, ooh. Wait, nope, this way and there we go. Made it. Looks like that thing is still moving. Maybe gap 3. Oh, no, I think we need to add a ladder there. Before we continue, reset the view. Resetting the view, always clutch when you're lost somewhere in your game. Select the seesaw now. Let's look at the properties of the seesaw. Stiffness controls how stable the seesaw is. Try a different stiffness value. Let's divide it by 2 and then divide it by 2 again, so 25. Select moving platform, which move in the bottom of gap 3. Select moving platform. Let's zoom in. Again, 2 fingers up, down. Sometimes I'll move up and down by going like this or like this to move. The more you move around in HypeHype, the easier it becomes over time. Right, look at the properties. Change up, down movement to 3. Okie dokie. So +1, 1, 1, and 3. Stop the sideways movement, set it to 0. So the sideways movement, I think, is the back and forward. You know the drill. Time to play test. Let's go. Try to cross gaps 1, 2, and 3. We're gonna have to be quick on this one. Oh, made it. Made it. And let's wait for it. Wait, and there we go. Looking good. Didn't fall this time. Oh, there's a gap 4. Let's take a peek over there. Nope. Let's try something completely different with gap 4, teleports. Teleportation. Cool, let's go. Before we continue, reset the view. Sounds good. Here's a teleporter start pad. Okay. Drag a teleporter start pad to the scene from the builder panel. Okay, let's just go ahead and do something like that. Move the teleporter to a good spot. Okay, let's go ahead and move this over here. Again, 2 fingers, move it around, rotate up and down, and then pinching if needed. Okay. The end pad is already somewhere in this scene. Okay, so there's already an end pad. Let's play test. Very cool. We got a skull and we got some of these. Okay, did the player just teleport to a platform they can't get away from? Now it's up to you to fix this level if you want. Add pre-mades from the builder panel or the asset library. Change the properties of the pre-mades and move things around for a better game feel. Have fun, do another tutorial to learn more about easy game logic. If you want to save your work, tap here and select Save Draft. Continue editing or leave the editor to explore HypeHype. Alright, let's go ahead and just make it so this dude can get to the last final cake with the flag. We can add some of these. It looks like snap movement is off. Let's go ahead and turn snap move to grid. Yeah, and make sure it's on the same y-axis. Okay, there we go. That looks a lot better. And let's add, oh, this is a spinning. This one's really big, so let's make it a little bit smaller. Make sure it's on the right y-axis. Looks good. 2 fingers and the thumb get you a lot of places. Let's add some healthy points up on here. Ooh, love watermelon. Then let's add some jumpy springs. If you want to select multiple items at once, select one item, tap and hold somewhere on the screen, and then use your other finger to tap the objects you want. And then you can rotate the screen, and I'm going to hit duplicate, and it will duplicate the objects to the left because that's where there's a lot of space on the screen. Okay, let's test this out. That watermelon and finished. That was great for crossing the gaps. If you like these walkthroughs, be sure to hit that like, subscribe, and bell icon for more notifications as I make and play games with HypeHype. Until next time, I'm HypeC. Stay safe out there, and peace. What's up? I'm HypeC. I play games, make games everywhere. Today, we're going to be checking out the tutorial Jump Up. There's a bunch of different tutorials. The more you know, the better you can build cool things. We're working on a 2D side scroller game. Here are some examples of some cool 2D games. In HypeHype, you can make games in 2D or 3D. 2Ds are a great way to start out making games as the character just moves along in the X coordinates, left, right, up, down. And here are some games that you can even play in HypeHype that are a lot of fun. The goal of the game is to reach the finish flag. Swipe to move right. When I move around in HypeHype, I like to use 2 fingers and my thumb. For this, let's just swipe right. Here we can see the finish flag is right here. Tap the flag to continue. Let's zoom in. Reset the view. Reset the view is a great way to jump back to the initial view you have when starting the game. Sometimes I find I'll be in a game making a bunch of adjustments and I want to get back to the starting point. Reset view will do that for you. Here we go. Let's test some pre-mades that are great for going up. Remember, pre-mades, they are assets with built-in logic. Pre-mades are great assets to use when you're starting out making games because you don't need to learn how all the logic is done right away. You just need to know how to drag and drop them into your game. Eventually, you want to learn how the mechanics works, and then you can take these mechanics from any game and put them into your game. But for starting out, pre-made mechanics are a great way to go. Let's open up the builder panel, which is at the top right. Jump springs are perfect for boost jumps. Drag a jump spring to the scene, place it close to the player. All you need to do is drag and drop. Let's drag the spring down, drag and jump spring to the scene, place it close to the player. Did you notice the spring moved in little steps? It moves in blocky steps as opposed to being very smooth. That's because snapping is on. It will help with aligning stuff. Snapping is a great tool when aligning objects, and if you don't want it on, you can always just turn it off. When you you need new pre-mades, go to Asset Library. Add a semi-solid cloud block. Okay, let's go add this one. Move the cloud block above the jumping spring. Okie dokie. Here it's like a little bit to the right. Let's do that. We can see it's a little blocky when it moves, and we can turn on free movement, and this is free movement. But because we're doing a tutorial, let's keep snap to grid. The cloud block was also added to the builder panel on the top right. Very cool. Drag a new cloud block next to the first one. Okie dokie. Hit this right there. Let's play test. Try to jump on the cloud block, of course. Cool. Now we just need to get all the way over there. Semi-solid blocks are useful inside scroller games. The clouds are semi-solid as opposed to a solid block which you cannot jump through, shown in the picture below. Let's test the jump pad. Okay. Drag a jump pad to a good spot. Maybe here, I guess? And I kind of want to duplicate this just to see if we can jump through these clouds. Spike hazards add challenge to gameplay. Add some spike hazard blocks. Move the view to see better. Looks like they're putting the blocks around there. So we can do something similar here, 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 and what was it? Like also over here. Please double check that there's at least one spike hazard in this scene. Yep, we got 6. Let's play test. Test the jump pad. Oh, snap. Took a little bit of damage, but we made it. Very cool. Select a hazard. You can change the properties of the pre-made. Okay. Damage amount 1. Damage amount defines how much the damage the block does. 1 I think is pretty good. Moving platform works well in side scrollers. Drag a moving platform onto the scene. Okay, yeah, let's do that. Let's do something like this. Get this moving over here. Cool. Zoom in. Alright, let's test it out. In the last playtest, you should try to reach the finish flag. Place objects to create a path to the finish flag. Let's go. Playtest. Try and reach the flag. Okie dokie. Oh. Okay, now wait for it and... Oh, almost. I slipped, I'm not sure where. Gotta be patient and... Okay, I seem to be falling through, I don't know why. And we made it. Well done. A few ideas for you. Turn the jump pad to boost sideways jump. Ooh, that's pretty cool. Change the shape of the moving platform. Ah, that's cool. Change how pre-mades look and behave and playtest a lot. I cannot emphasize playtesting. Playtest, playtest, playtest. Playtest to make sure you're still having fun making the game. Playtest to make sure that the game is still working properly, because bugs come up all the time when making games. And playtest just for good measure. Have fun, do another tutorial more about an easy game logic. If you want to save your work, tap here, select save draft. Continue editing or leave the editor to explore HypeHype. Let's playtest this. Just want to see what was going on and why my dude was falling through. Oh, looks to be good now. Oh, it was because when he got damaged, he was blinking, which means he cannot land on objects. Yeah, that's great. What I did was play test to troubleshoot, see if I could figure out why it wasn't working before. And it was working, I just didn't understand the mechanics in the character. And we can select the character, we can see player health, damage pushback, and it's probably built into here that when the player is blinking, they cannot stand on certain objects. If you like this kind of walkthrough, don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit that bell for more notifications as I make and play games in HypeHype. Until next time, I'm HypeC. Stay safe out there, and peace.
In this tutorial, we'll take on creating environments with HypeHype. Start by going to the Create page and selecting any template you want. Some of the templates have interactive tutorials in them. You can recognize them with this icon. I'll select a scene with one of these tutorials, the nature scene. You can move, rotate, and zoom the editor view with different gestures. Drag with one finger to move, use 2 fingers to rotate, and pinch to zoom. If you get lost in the editor, you can tap Reset View to reset the camera. Now let's start adding stuff to the world. I want to make a spruce forest. So let's add some trees from the asset library. I'll search for spruce and set the filter for visuals. Once you've found the asset you want, tap the green plus icon to add it to your scene. Once the object is added, use the gizmo to move, rotate, and scale it. In addition to dragging from the tool, you can use the handles around the object to move, rotate, or scale the object on a single axis. Now let's change the other trees in the scene to fit our spruce forest. After selecting the tree, tap the visual preview to change it. Below the preview, you can find all the materials that the object is using. Switch between materials by tapping the material you want to change and selecting a new one. You can also edit all the colors in your scene and even change how objects reflect light. This forest could be darker. Let's open the main menu and select Visuals. Editing the green material will affect all things that have this green on them. Here you can change the shininess, shadow colors, and more. For now, it's enough if we tone down the diffuse and ambient colors. Now let's do the same for the tree trunk. This looks good. We should also change the background and ground colors. Open the main menu and select background and fog to modify them. Select any of the preset styles or edit one to better match your scene. Let's make all these colors a little bit darker. You can change the visibility in a scene with fog values. Changing these values defines the distance at which the fog starts and ends. The scene could use more stuff now. I'll create a small campsite. Let's search camp to find suitable assets. Add firewood and a rock ring to create a campfire. Let's light the fire up too. Grab a campfire effect from the Effects tab. Enable Scale with Object so that the effect can be scaled. Then move it to the right position and scale it down so it fits the rocks and wood. Let's also add some more camping related objects. A tent and bench around the campfire will help sell our cozy campsite scene. Finally, let's change the tent materials to better fit the scene. Next, let's add a grass tile set to the scene. Once the tile set is added, move it to the correct position and tap Paint to start painting it into your scene. Let's also paint some more hills using the existing tile maps. Finally, let's add some more trees to the background. Select a tree and duplicate it. Then rotate and scale it and move it to a new location. You can also do this to multiple objects. To select multiple objects, you can either hold down and tap objects using a second finger, or use the Area Select tool. The scene's almost done. It's time to move the camera and play a bit with the sunlight. If you now tap play, you can see that the camera view is different from what it was in the editor. That's because we didn't set the camera to match the editor view. To do that, tap Set Camera in the quick menu. You can also change the mood by adjusting the direction of light. Enable logic from the quick menu to see all the logic nodes in the scene. Then select the sun node and rotate it to change the angle of the light. Let's also take a moment to clean up the scene a bit. Now our scene looks good, but it's really quiet. Let's add some ambient sound. We'll open the asset library and search for forest to find some good sounds. Listen to a preview of the sound, and once you find one that fits the scene, add it by tapping the plus icon. Now our scene is ready. Tap play to test the look and feel. While playtesting, you can also take a screenshot by tapping thumbnail in the menu on the right. You can also move the view by tapping camera. Taking a good thumbnail is important because it's going to be shown on your profile. Once you're happy with it, tap Save to save your scene. Give it a name and description, and set the correct categories. Finally, tap Post to share it with the world. Subscribe for more HypeHype tutorials, tips, and tricks. Let's look at how you can create your own awesome game characters. With HypeHype, anyone can make games, avatars, and more on their phone. Let's start by going to the Create page and selecting the custom character template. This opens the template in the editor. The template includes a basic human character and a few assets to get you started, but you can customize it however you want. Okay, as promised, I'm back. You may have noticed I've lowered my chair a little bit. I've leaned it back. I'm getting comfortable to get into some like real building time here. I don't think you guys are going to be able to hear, but I've even turned on some music in here. I'm sorry we don't have the music set up into our streaming system, and also, you know, it could get us in trouble with like YouTube and Twitch and stuff because I'm just playing my playlists off Spotify. But I am going to sit here and chill out with you guys for the next, I guess about hour or so. And then at about 4:30, we're going to start the official countdown to the close of the jam. There's not going to be any real content. It's just going to be a clock and everybody working hard. So I'm going to open up my game here now, though, but because this is my goal for right now is to finish this particular game, at least like we were talking about in the last session with Haamu. I at least want to get all of my basic gameplay mechanics in place, which means the first thing I'm going to be working on here is making more of these track sections. So if you guys haven't been watching what I've been doing on the previous sessions where I've worked on this game, I took a game that was created by one of the other devs here at HypeHype on Friday, and I had some ideas for it. So I started my own remix of it, and I guess this game itself is a remix of another hype made by one of the devs on HypeHype that was like a really old one. And so that's how this kind of ties into the Roots theme, because that was one of like the original hypes when HypeHype was first starting to get worked on it, like kind of the first version where HypeHype actually worked. This was one of the games that was made very early on in HypeHype's life. So what I'm doing here is I'm making it so that it kind of randomly selects these different track sections, and the race just goes on endlessly until you crash. And then it is scored by distance instead of time, which is how the original hype is scored. So right now I'm just trying to come up with some different track sections. At this point, I'm not trying to make it too difficult, but I do kind of have it in my plans that the longer you go, the more difficult track sections will start to unlock. So we might get to that. We'll see how many track sections I can make in the next hour, because that's going to be the main thing I'm focusing on here. I'm not going to focus too much on scenery. As you can see at the beginning, I have a little bit of scenery, so I have some ideas there for what it's going to look like. But I think it's going to be a whole nother kind of randomly generating ground sections, just like the track. Originally, I was thinking I could just tie, like each section of track would have some ground underneath it. But then I thought, like, I could kind of randomly generate that the same way that I'm randomly generating these track sections, so that, like sometimes this track section might have this arch, but maybe some other times it has a different object there. It has a different type of arch. It has some pillars on the side. something along those lines. And that would be, so instead of like having this thing here, I'm just going to have a spawner that's going to randomly spawn one of my arch options. But I think I'm going to not necessarily try and build that section or that part of it today. Oh, did I? Okay, I got to check. I think I did something on my phone earlier when I was having my lunch break that I did not save. Yes, indeed, that is the case. So let me go here and save. And then because I've now saved on a different device, I'm going to need to relaunch this app. And that did actually undo like one little change that I had made, but that's no big deal. And this, I don't know why that keeps happening. I feel like it's just in the editor that happens. It's never happened when I've just been playtesting the hype. But sometimes in the editor, for some reason, it decides to stop generating track sections. Okay. And whoops, did not mean to back all the way out of that. Let's move. This was the one change that I had made earlier. All right. Now that's back. Let's turn the logic back on. And I think, yeah, this one with the steps, I would like these steps to have a greater drop down to them. And I think I'm going to use this object to size that. So we'll have like it'll be like an actual kind of step here. And I'm not sure if moving these is going to mess up the way this section spawns, but we'll find out shortly. I don't think that it should, but it might. Okay, let's see if that messes up how this spawns. Hey! Okay, it didn't mess up how it spawns, but now that I think that's a little too steep of the steps. I wanted a nice little bump there, but that's, you can kind of just jump all the way down that. So either the steps need to be a little bit longer, or I can make them a little more shallow. Whoa! What was up with that spawn? I'm not even getting that section. Oh, I think it's that, yeah, I haven't finished. There's some extra pieces just in that particular section. I need the steps, though, again. I need the steps. It's just giving me this hilly section a lot now. Oh no, I'm stuck. Well, that's not supposed to be like that anyway, so that's not really a problem. But yes, I am going to make these a little more shallow. let's bring it down like that. And like that. And like that. And then I think I might also just extend this out one piece. Okay, let's see how that goes. Oof, that's quite a climb. I might need to back down that difficulty a little bit, as we were talking about in the last session with Haamu. I don't want to spike my difficulty too early here. I want these early sections to be fairly easy. So, which part was that? That's this hill here. Let's we'll just bring this down one to there so we don't have quite so steep of a climb. And then we'll bring this one down there too, like so. All right, and then here, yes, this was the problem we were seeing with that. What is there something here that's not in the container? How did that happen? That one is in the container. That one's in the container, but that one is not. So let's drag that over and put it in the box. Then we can get rid of these two that are not necessary. So 3 there, I guess. Okay, let's try this. So I'm probably going to be doing a lot of play testing because that's definitely one of my biggest concerns right now is difficulty and smooth gameplay. And I think there might be something, I'm not going to probably do it for today, but I do think ultimately I'm going to either switch up this object that I'm using as the path or add some invisible collisions there. Because what I've set up here is a system, you can kind of see my buttons here, right? So I have the drive button and I have the brake button, but they keep flashing into these arrows, right? And the reason for that is that when you are in the air, you have different controls. You can kind of rotate the car a little bit while you're airborne. But since this object is these wooden slats, every time there's a break in between the pieces of wood, the raycaster detects that as you being in the air, even though you are on the ground. So I might have to put some invisible collisions there. One, it'll help smooth out some of these bumps that are maybe a little too harsh. But 2, it'll make it so that the raycaster is always seeing ground unless you are actually in the air. Ooh. Actually, the music on this game has made me realize that my music has turned off. Why is that? Let's connect back to the speakers here. Okay, so that's that. Let's move on. Let's do another section. I kind of like to smooth this out a little bit. So I'm going to do that first. So that's another one of these. We're going to rotate just a little bit that way. Now that's a little bit of a nicer transition. I could even back that off a little bit more. And then we'll put one more here. And here's somewhere where like some math could come in, right? So I want the angle of this one to be exactly between this one and this one. So I'm looking here, my angle is, what is that Y angle? There shouldn't be a Y angle there. Oh, it's because it was position, dummy, angle. There we go. So negative 165, which could also potentially be, what, about 25 degrees? And this one is, of course, all 0. So we want this one to be half of that, which is going to be about 12.5. That really doesn't look like half of it, does it? I'm going to back it off even a little bit more. Let's just make it like 7. That's better. I maybe just did some math wrong in my head there. Completely plausible. That's a little smoother. It's a little wonky, but it'll be okay. Oof. Oh! Okay, so how many sections do I think I've got about 6 sections right now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yes. Okay, so let's do another. I'm going to... Wait, what's going on there? Why did that get all rotated? Oh, because it's in that container. Okay. Anyway, so container, boom, boom, boom. We're going to duplicate that, move it up. We're going to change our channel to 6. And if we want to, we can go right away down here. We'll change our max channels to 6. And then what are we going to do with this one? Whoops, not duplicate. I wanted to reset that. And then maybe I want to just make a little bit of a ramp here. Just move this out a little bit. I don't want to, whoops. Maybe to about there. This one, I'm going to shallow it out a little bit. I'm going to use this same kind of bump here. I like this little bump. Maybe actually I should have taken one more of these. I'll take this one as well. Okay. Now I don't need those three. There's my steps. This is our new section. Yeah. Nice. Okay, change this to 7. Change this to 7. Okay. Now I think I want another one that's going to go down like that. We get like kind of a big uphill leap here. Because it's good if we're going to have a big downhill, I think it's good to follow it with a nice big jump because you're going to get some speed there. So maybe we can use this same ending. And so what we have here now that I've built is this section where it's not super punishing, right? The gap is not that far for the amount of speed you should get there. It should be an easily clearable gap. But really where you want to get is past this bump so you get a nice smooth transition. And we need to move our trigger to spawn the next area down a little bit. Let's see. What just happened to my television? Huh. That's interesting. Okay. And one thing I could actually do to make testing this easier. Oh, no, I can't do that. If I'd set it up differently, I could. Anyway. Let's just see how long it takes to get that section. I actually think ultimately I am going to need to be able to set up, I'm going to need to be able to adjust the minimum value as well as the maximum value. So I think before I make any more sections, I'm going to fix that because I'm going to need to fix it individually in every section. That was not the new section. That was a different big downhill section. There we go. That was our new section. And wow, that is so easy. We need to make that harder. So this whole bit is going to be moved back quite a bit here, I think. Not like super far, but a nice jump there. And then again, I don't want this to be super punishing, so I'm going to put a landing area here. It's just going to be slower if you land here. Thanks, HypeHype. Oh! Oh, that was it. Okay, and I came up short that time. That might be a good distance because I didn't like YOLO it there. I was being conservative and I came up short, which is exactly what I'm looking for there. Exactly what I'm looking for. Is this it? No, that's the other big downhill. This one? Nope. This one. No. Spawn me that new section, dude. That was it. And I was short again. So maybe I need to back it down a little bit. Let's see. Well, anyway, the change I'm going to make is going to make this testing easier as well. So let's go ahead and do that really quickly. So this is track channel. We're going to change this to track channels max. And then I'm going to have a second one here that is going to be track channels min. And so the default value in here will be 0. And then in each of these tracks, my random minimum value will use that track channels min. And it needs to do that in all of these. Track channels minimum. Track channels minimum. And the reason I'm doing this is, so my goal is that as I'm making these sections, I'll start to make them harder and harder so that the higher value track sections will be more difficult. And then I can kind of, on the fly during gameplay, I can adjust those minimum and max values so that as you get farther, you start getting harder tracks, and then some of the easier track sections start to not spawn anymore. But the other thing it's going to do is when I make a new section that I want to test, as I just have, I'm going to be able to change that minimum value and the maximum value to be just the section that I want to test, and then it's going to always spawn just that section for me. Right, so now I can go back down to the bottom. I can take my minimum value and make it 7, and now I'm only going to get that one section. Wait, that's not section 7, is it? That's section 7. Ooh, that's what I wanted. Oh, that was nice. And short. Yes. Nice smooth jump. Boom. Oh, it's so satisfying. I love it. I love it. Okay. Okay, so now for testing purposes, we put this back down to 0. And let's go make another section. I think my goal was to try and make 20 sections, but I think I might stop at 10, which would be 2 more sections to make. And then I can maybe play a little bit with making some ground sections as well, so that we have some environment in our level. All right. But for now, let's make a couple more track sections here. So we're going to take the container, take this extra little bit here, copyify, move it up. And actually, one thing I need to be careful of is these triggers that spawn the next section. I really need to make sure that I'm putting them somewhere where you can't miss them, right? Because this was here, it was kind of a little bit low. If the previous section ended with a big uphill, you could potentially just like yeet all the way over that. So I gotta be careful about that. Okay, now I want another section with just some little bumps. I've been doing big bumps and big jumps here, and I only have like really this one section that's just kind of like small little wavy bumps. And honestly, this one is should really come later. I think the challenge of this one is a little bit greater than the rest of these because of these little bumps that it has. Very easy to flip over on that. So ultimately, I might change the number here, right? I might make this one like 10 and then do an easier one up here that can be number whatever. That was like 1 because I think that was the second section that I made. So let's do some like really shallow bumps here. And not difficult, just shallow ups and downs. With a little bit of variation, I think is going to be perfect for this. So where do I have? I guess I'll go right to this section. We can rotate it a little bit more. All right. I think I'm just going to straight up delete that one. And this has a nice little bump. I like this bump, so I'm going to copy that over to here. Okay. What's up? This TV keeps just turning off. I don't know what that's about. It doesn't bother you guys because you can't even hear it. It's just me listening to music. But that's getting really annoying. But also not a problem for much longer because in just about 30 minutes, we're going to start the final countdown to the close of the jam. And for that final 30 minutes, I am actually going to take my work here off the screen and really put my nose in it. And you guys will just be viewing a countdown and maybe some videos. I'm going to actually check real quick if that has a video component to it. Oh, it just has that. Maybe you guys tell me, during the final countdown, the final half an hour, would you rather have the stream running just random videos like it does on the breaks? Or would you like to just see the countdown clock and a view of the event space here at the studio? I could help you out with a problem for a moment. My goal for this session is really to complete my own game, but I am always happy to help. And again, the chat box. Oh man, this is really annoying me. I have to like reset this chat box constantly because it just stops getting new messages. Oh, and of course I changed the wrong one. Let's which scene am I on right now? Is it this one? Yes. Let me chat box, reset yourself, please. Okay, hopefully. Yeah, I'll definitely need to kick up the music a little bit from what it's playing right now. Let me finish this section, Bansk, and then you can invite me to a session, and I'll check out what it is you're working on. All right, just want to test this one real quick, make sure it's not complete garbage. So we're going to bump this to 8, and actually I think I forgot to change the value in the broadcast channel. Yes, this should be an 8. That's not 8. Oh, this is 8. Oh, it's did that stupid thing again. Why is it now only doing that section, and now is it going to not spawn the next section again? What? That's 8. That's 7. Right? This was 8. This was 8. This has something to do with this. Does it not like it when I put the minimum and the max value to the same value? What is... Did I break something on this last one? No, the spawners there. See what I was talking about. I didn't place this trigger in an area where the player was guaranteed to hit it. Sometimes the player was going underneath it. Ah! Okay, cool. Problem solved. Saveify. Let's check out. Let's check out this issue. Okay, so I am out of there. You can go ahead and invite me to your session. You might need me to follow you first, so that we are friends. What's the name in app? The same? Now, so what we'll have to do is we'll have to friend up and then you'll invite me, I think, in order to make sure I get into the session correctly. So B-A-N-S-Q, right? Is I'm spelling that right? There we go. Follow. All right, and now as long as you follow me, we should be friended up, and you should be able to find me. So you'll go up here, and in your friends list here, you can tap on my name, and, well, I'm not in an editing session right now, so it doesn't show it, but it should give you the option to invite me to your session. Go. Hopefully this works correctly. This is still very much a work in progress, so this does not always work as intended. Okay, but I am here now. So what is the issue that you're having that you need to solve? Vegetables stop spawning after a moment. Let me just play here, see what we're getting.
Vegetables everywhere. We will not yield.
Okay, so you got
root vegetable harvest season.
A lot of the veggies here. Following me around. All right, but I guess I see at this point it's no longer spawning new veggies, and you want it to be spawning new veggies. So, this is a remix of one of mine, so hopefully I'll be able to help, although I will say I have created this hype a very long time ago. You may be able to tell by the super ugly logic that's going on in here. But let's take a look at the spawner here. See if I can even remember how this thing works. So we have an interval here, that is looping every second, executing this random. Is it that random? It is. Oh, and this one is executing both randoms. This one is just executing one random. Game fail is turning off that one. Oh, is it turning off both of them? Yes. Okay, game fail turns off both. What's this guy all the way up here? This is another interval. And I have a feeling this guy might be causing some issues. So it's executing. It's not enabled, though. So it actually shouldn't be doing anything. And every 10 seconds, it is multiplying the duration by 1.2. It's actually making the duration longer. I don't know what that is. I don't know why that's there, if I'm being honest. Okay, so, but I don't see any reason why this should stop spawning enemies. I wonder now, let's look at the enemies that are being spawned. Are they these guys here? What am I targeting with the spawner here? Object to spawn. Oh, they're up here. Okay. So let's take a look at what we got here. Reference object. Yes, that's always my first guess when things aren't acting the way that they're supposed to. Reference object. Yes. Reference object. Okay, so that's not a problem for any of these. They are all reference objects. What are these guys down here? They're just like, why are they're attached to this spawner? Are they, but they're not actually being used by anything. They have no lines going to them. I just wonder if maybe, let's, can I, are these in the container? No. Do they have any add-on on them? No. Oh, but it's the guy underneath that's that we want to check. This one. Still a reference object. Physical, dynamic. And it's in the container. Okay, this might... it probably shouldn't, but I'm going to remove these guys from the container. I don't think that should be a problem, but it just cleans it up a little bit because there was like extra versions of those guys everywhere. They're not being used by anything. Yeah, sorry, I miss those chats so much because the in-game chats, because I just constantly get notifications there, so I kind of block them out a lot of the time when I'm in the editor. Let's just see if that made any difference.
Vegetables everywhere. We will not yield. How many veggies can you chop? Root vegetable harvest season.
Okay, did I break it now? Because now it's not spawning anything. Okay. So, I think what we might want here is, can we? It's properly set up there. The spawner's still in the container, yes. I think most likely the issue here is we want these to be reusables and not just floating in the game world here. So let's add each of these. We're going to say add to the builder panel the carrotizer, add to the builder panel the potato guy, add to the builder panel Brocco Coon, and add to the builder panel this last guy, whatever he was called. Radass, that's nice. Okay, so, and now we don't need any of these anymore. Delete, 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 delete. And then here, we'll reset these. So we want, oh, it set them correctly. I think it managed to know. I'm still going to, just to be sure, I'm going to clear it and then reset it. Now I got the chuckleheads here watching me try and fix their hype. All right.
We will never become vegans. Vegetables everywhere. We will not yield. How many veggies can you chop? Root vegetable harvest season.
They're not spawning at all. Why is this happening? Here we've got, also, what is this one? Radass is pretty good. That's a good character name. And what is this thing doing? This is doing nothing. Absolutely nothing. I wonder here if that might be causing problems. Let's see. How does that look now? Yeah.
We will never become vegans. Vegetables everywhere. We will not yield. How many veggies can you chop?
No.
Root vegetable harvest season.
Whoa, what's that? Well, it's not connected to what we're trying to do here. So how did I manage to break this? Why is none of these spawning anymore? These are just executes. These are enabled. Yes. And the enabled does not get turned off. What if we turn those both off?
We will never become vegans. Vegetables everywhere. We will not yield.
I think, honestly,
Root vegetable harvest season.
Something wonky is going on here because these spawners are grayed out like they are not enabled. But when we click in here, we can clearly see that they are enabled. And they have the play symbol on them like they are set to on start. But we can also clearly see that the on start is not selected. So I have a feeling that something possibly is just broken here. I'm going to try one more thing here, which is just to completely delete this spawner and add a new one. So spawner, boom, boom, boom. The spawner is going to be the characterizer. The spawn at is going to be our spawner arrow. And we do not want to use spawn point rotation or local transform. And then this is a true. So output if true, execute this spawner. And then just to test it, we'll make it only output 0 because this is 0. Yes, we're looking for. Oh. Oh. Yeah, I think this 500 in here is the problem. This should be 0. And this should be 1. This should be 2. And this should be 3. Now if we put this back to 3.
We will never become vegans. Vegetables everywhere. We will not yield.
Okay. They're spawning there, but like you said, they're not moving. But they are spawning, and they're spawning a lot of them because I'm getting hella frame rate lag there. But yeah, so definitely the 500 in here was so what this is doing, this would actually, because this is so old, we didn't have the switch filter yet. Nowadays, I would do this with the switch node because you could output to all of these through one node. But essentially, each of these compares is checking which monster to spawn. So you have monster index 0, monster index 1, monster index 2, right? Monster index 3. And then that's choosing which spawner to execute. I would actually, knowing what I know now, I would build this like 100% differently than it is building this hype. But let's see if we can figure out why these guys don't move. So what is what's the logic in here? What do they have? They have physical character animation. Oh, did you have some before I guess they had some pre-mades on them. So I messed it up by turning them into reusables, or they had some add-ons. So they no longer have, because I made them reusables, they no longer have the thing. I wonder if I can undo enough steps to get back to where I did that. I don't think I would have that many steps. So, but we can add it back pretty easily because it's basic zombie logic. So what I'm going to do here, I'm going to go to this and I'm going to say remove from the container. Now this characterizer container is empty. Go ahead and deletify that. Okay, and now we have Vegemite Zombie. want to navigate to it, though. Let's hide it. I want to drag it onto this guy. And he's also probably going to need that health. And now, once again, we'll go turn this into a reference object, point our spawner at it. And let's see if the carrots can move.
Vegetables everywhere. We will not yield. How many veggies can you chop?
I can't tell which ones are the carrots, but I can tell that you are definitely spawning way too many enemies. Oh no. And then what do we have in here? Let's take a look at this. I'm assuming this is more or less the basic zombie logic that was already there. Aha. I know what it is. So these zombies need to get a target. So they have this target player signal. So basically, every single time an enemy spawns, they are requesting a target. And I have a feeling that they're not getting it, which is why they're not going anywhere. They're just staying in one place. Although that still doesn't explain why it worked before. I don't remember exactly how I built this. Oh, it's been edited to chase the closest player. So how is it finding that player? You have, is it this thing? Collision trigger, green, list. So I think I'm not sure why you're using a list here. Maybe there is a reason for that that I do not understand, so I'm not going to undo it. But I think probably what you want to do is somewhere in here there is a component called look at. Where is it? Is it inside? No. Oh, so you're using this little hacky thing to get it to look at the player. Okay. Yeah, because look at doesn't work in multiplayer. That is true. And I'm going to be honest, I don't really understand this hack. This is some math that is above my expertise level. But you know who knows how to do this is, I think Yelp understands this. But I think what we want here is which one of these should be, that's looking at the player position or the zombie position, this top one, I guess, because it's targeted to the reference object there. So I'm assuming this one should be targeted to the player. And what I would try and do here is just bypass that list. So when this collides on collision start, you would just automatically set that as the source of the value inspector there.
We will never become vegans. Vegetables everywhere. We will not yield. How many veggies can you chop? Root vegetable harvest season.
But still no carrot guys are coming after me. And also, I don't know what the spawn rate there like really needs to come down. Well, those might not, since you changed some logic, like these settings might not even do anything anymore. I'm not sure. Yeah, I get this concept. I've done this before, and I'm assuming this is scaling. Oh no, it's moving. So what you want to do here with your ball is, I would actually do this as a separate. And again, this is probably one of the reasons that you're having huge performance issues here. But essentially, so this ball is spawning and it's looking for a target, but it's tiny. It's like the same size as the player or as the enemy itself, roughly. So it's only going to detect a player if the player is like already right next to the carrot. So we have on collision start, on collision end. Usually when you're using, like if you're using an invisible object to look for something, because we don't have a 360-degree raycaster, you need to actually scale up the size of that ball. It should be way bigger. Well, let's take a look. Let's turn on the visibility. Let's see how big it is.
We will never become vegans.
Okay, you're right. It's huge.
We will not yield. How many veggies can you chop? Root vegetable harvest.
And another thing you probably want to do is destroy this fairly quickly. Because like once it detects a player, it should destroy itself, or even destroy itself pretty much right away. How are you scaling up this? Oh, it's this transform. There we go. Okay. And that's on start enabled. Oh, and that's this stupid thing. That's why they're grayed out, because they're behind this panel. I'm not used to working with these panels yet. They just came in the last update. If it destroys, it won't retarget. Correct. But if it doesn't destroy, it also stays in your game world forever and is causing just a massive amount of objects to be spawned into your game world at a fast rate, which is why when I hit play here, it almost immediately starts slowing down.
We will not yield.
Generally, the way that people have handled this is the ball itself is not spawned inside of is a separate separate reusable that starts small, expands out, and then once it hits its max expansion, deletes itself, waits a moment, does it again, waits a moment, does it again. I don't know performance-wise if that would actually be any better, because I think the problem is just that you're spawning a ton of enemies into this map. But yeah, so the We are officially in the final half an hour of the Game Jam. So I am going to put the stream to the countdown. And I can come out there because I know you guys are just right outside here. And we can look at it together some more. But yeah, I don't really understand everything that you're doing here. So I'm going to my countdown here. What is the official amount of time we have left? 27 minutes and 20 seconds. So we need 20, 2, 2. And in 10 seconds, I will start it. And we will go to here. And I will show you guys out there. All right. We have less than a minute left, which means I am going to switch this to this scene. And I am going to publish my game really quickly, even though it is not finished. It is still playable. So we're going to call this Nede Racing Infinite. And then just because that's... And we're going to say global game jam entry will fix later. And maybe we get a nice little, yeah, that one's appropriate. All right, we're going to edit categories here. We got sure action, racing maybe. Where's racing? Racing, I don't see you. There you are. Competitive, sure, boom. And unlisted post. My hype was posted. And, okay. Oh, I was late. We are now counting up from the deadline. Whoops. So that was the official close of the Global Game Jam. I maybe didn't get mine in time, but that's okay. It was not complete anyway. I just shared it so that it would be there. So what we're going to do now is I'm going to actually just search the hashtag and play some of these games until Sarah comes to tell us who won the play challenge. Hopefully, she remembers that she's supposed to come in here because we actually didn't chat about it earlier. But let's go to search. And let's search the hashtag GGJ23. If you have not used the hashtag GGJ23 on your hype, go ahead and open it up and resave it with that hashtag in the description so that I may find it. What I am going to do here really quickly, though, is go to my profile. I'm going to put you back on another scene just for a moment. Which one's going to be good? I guess we're going to, for a second, go back to this countdown scene. Well, that one's not really appropriate either. I guess we're going to go to this scene because I want to hide my screen while I look at my secret stuff. We want to get rid of that. That's cool. Go back to the search. Yes, there we go. Now I'm not seeing everybody's drafts in my search. That's what I wanted to get rid of there. And I'm going to go here to... I need to just remove this deadline box countdown since the deadline has passed. There we go. Okay, so now let's play some hypes. So we've got here Rootsy. Oh, this is interesting. You want the water? Oh, I like this. Oh, I'm gonna miss that one. That one. This one. Ooh, that seems... I'm not gonna be able to go that way. Right, if I go here, I can't go there. So I have to hope I can get down to here without running out of water. I ran out of water. It's best, Ryan, if you use both. You know, it doesn't hurt to have both. But GGJ23, I believe, is the official hashtag. Maybe we used both. I'm not sure. Again, I'm going to lose. Give me difficult water selection there. I like this game, though. This is a really cool idea. But yeah, I guess these are just randomly generated, so sometimes you just get like, I'm not going to be able to continue from here. Or am I? No. But a new PB. So let's see what else we got here. This is the hype actually that I have been remixing this weekend. Hey, I improved my score. Nice. All right, we got part 2 of this. Oh, it's from a different camera angle. Seem to be having some drift in the track. And also the camera isn't really following, eh? Cool. Oh, we have more of these. Okay, how many of these did Demo make? But one thing I am noticing playing these through again is I definitely need to mix up the visual style of my track sections so that they don't all look exactly the same. So this is the same track that we just played, but from the original camera angle. Nice. Okay. Level 1. Nice. Teleport. Oh. Okay. Seems like I'm hitting a ceiling there. Nice. Open the door. Little ladder. Oh no! Oh, that's brutal. Start from the beginning. No, a checkpoint. I think a lot of us are in that boat, Hypesy. We've all tried to bite off maybe a little more than we could chew in 2 days, and we've shared some buggy hypes today. That's, I think, not a problem for this type of game jam, especially in HypeHype, where we can always go back and make our hypes better. Cool. That was a nice level. I like that.
Okay, buy anything is free.
All right. I went to the store and I bought something. Cool. Nice job. Okay, so I can turn ping and he's waving. Which is, hey, like, you made a mechanic that works. I know a lot of people who are making games this weekend. I've never made games before. So good job. And visually, I like how your little setup here. Not bad. Not bad at all. Yeah, honestly, like with mine is so incomplete that I'll probably like leave it up for a day and then I'll unlist it and spend some time fixing it. So this is cool. This is like a little VR experience we've got here. We can kind of look around in this world. Obviously, I'm in a chair right now. I can't kind of fully look behind me. Chop down the roots and find the buttons. So if I... Oh, that's cool. All right. I found a button. There's another button. There's one more button. Is that all the buttons? Did I finish it? Hey, I think I did. I opened that gate. Now how do I walk through it? Send me through space, Stargate. Come on. Is there more buttons? I hit all the buttons. This is cool. I think it did something, and I just had my back turned to it. But still, very cool. Very cool. Escape the dungeon. I feel like this has not loaded me into that hype properly. Let's load another one and then go back. Alright, I know this one works because I just watched Yelp play it. But I seem to be having some issues with it. Why is it not letting me join? Online. That's a good point, Ryan. I have done that in the past too, where I put something out. Either I put it out early for some reason, or maybe I didn't intend to put it out right away, and I accidentally hit publish, something along those lines. And instead of just continuing to edit, I remixed it. I have done that before. Dang. I remember, this is a really old hype that's been remixed here. There we go. I didn't get immediately injected into the hole. Are we still in the Global Game Jam hashtag? Oh, we are. Okay. So Yelp did a coffee block knock, which I feel like he has done previously with the block knock. But that's cool. Maybe he made a different coffee cup this time. Boy likes his coffee.
We will never become vegan.
All right, so this was the one that I was trying to... For some reason, it seems I can't join multiplayer matches. I'm going to... let's just go here for a moment. I'm going to restart the app. Okay, let's see if I go to this first one. Will I be able to play it this time? Yeah, now it's joining. Okay, so let's go back to here. So this was the first one. I can plant plants. Nice, I'm watering the plants. Oh, and they provide me with sunlight. Break those to get more sunlight. Hey, it's PT Jones and Hype C. Is there like a goal here? For example, unlock this path. Hey. I guess obviously there's a goal. I was thinking more of like a win state. I guess there might not be it. Whoa, that one's growing tentacles. What's happening, Lynch? It's getting close to the end. The jam has officially ended. We're gonna play Hypes here for a moment, and actually, we're supposed to be having Sarsi coming in to tell us about the play challenge winners. So I might go in a moment and check if she remembers that was on the schedule, because she's been here by now. There's ping. Oh, I like the ping flowers. All right, I'm gonna back out of this. Thanks for playing, guys. I'm gonna see what other which was the next one we had. Was it? Oh, it was this one.
We will never become vegans. Vegetables everywhere.
So this is the one that I was trying to help the guys with.
Root vegetable harvest season.
And this is based on one of my games. However, it's a really old game, and there definitely seems to be some issues with the logic. Particularly, I guess, updating the logic to multiplayer gameplay is definitely not something this hype was designed for, like the hype that was remixed was designed for. It was made long before we had multiplayer. But yeah, and it seems like that was the issue that we were trying to solve, is that it seems that sometimes it just stops spawning enemies. So we were not able to solve that one in the time allotted. So now we've got Net A racing again. This time it's Net A Hill Climber. Yeah. Oh. Oh yeah. Ooh, that's fun. Nice. That was fun. I like that. Okay, we got some billiards. Although I think there's supposed to be a cue ball there. Interesting. Oh, what's going on with this cue stick? It's like no matter which direction you push it, it's going forward. Okay. Nice try. All right, we got some platforming here. Ooh. Oh, wow, that's a difficult jump. Oh no. Yeah. Excellent. We have been patiently waiting for you. It's okay. Let me get you set up here really quickly. Do I have for this? I think I'm gonna have to go to yesterday's.
fine. Okay, so
there you go.
And you do have a connection there, but it's fine if you don't have anything.
Yeah, I don't. I'll just like announce who the 3 winners were.
Sure.
So number 1, I was not surprised at all to see this person here, and in first place with 30,445 points is HypeHype.
Yes, Sny.
We'll be sending you a nice goodie bag. I will be in touch after the game jam to send you that. In second place was someone called Flicker. So Flicker, if you're listening, will be in touch as well. And third place was Lettu. Lettu was actually participating here in person, so she will be receiving her goodies right away.
Nice.
But yeah, we had over 100 people taking part in this, which was really, really nice to see. I hope you guys had fun.
Alright, there you go. I'll show you guys that leaderboard. There it is.
Yeah, we have Vic in here, but he doesn't count. He works here.
Vic does not win. Oh, and I'm showing my friends leaderboard, so it's all people we
They don't get prizes.
Alright, thank you very much. All right, let's go back to, yes, this scene. Oh, why did, oh, it like reset my chat. Oh, was it doing the double voices again? That's annoying. I'm sorry, guys. I hope that wasn't too obnoxious to listen to. It's because this second camera we have set up has a microphone. And for some reason, it keeps turning back on, even though I've turned it off like 3 times now. Apologies for that. But hopefully, if you didn't hear, so the winner was HypeHype with 30,445 points. Vic does not get to win. And then Flicker will be winning and will be contacted shortly. And Lettu has already won because I guess she is here. And I think, of course, there is a lot more games to play, but that is the end of the official program for the HypeHype Global Game Jam next 2023. I think probably on the normal Thursday weekly stream, which will be returning this week, we'll probably play some more of these games. So if you want to see some more Global Game Jam 23 games played on the stream, join me on Thursday. We start at 2 p.m. Helsinki time. It's the normal start time. If you go onto our wiki and check out the live streams page, you should be able to find some time information if you do not know what 2 p.m. EET is in your time zone. We also, of course, will share that on the Discord, usually the day of the stream. It has been an absolute blast, folks. I have loved spending this time with you, building games with you, playing your games, helping you solve problems. It's my favorite thing to do. But it has also been a long weekend, and I'm ready to go home and get some sleep, and maybe you are too. So I am Shogun, signing off for HypeHype and the HypeHype Global Game Jam next 2023. We will see you guys in the app and on Thursday on the normal weekly stream. Until then, you can find me in the app at Shogun and on the Discord, Shogun with some numbers after it. Peace out, Hypesters. It's been a blast.